now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and those watching online. Welcome to the Audit and Governance Committee meeting on Thursday, the 20th of March. My name is Councillor Marcus Andrews. I'll be chairing the proceedings this evening. Before we go on to the actual agenda item, can I ask the Democratic Services Officer to read out the housekeeping announcements, please?
Thank you, Chair. Please note this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note if a fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point, which is in the front car park of this building. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum. Mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration. For those in the room, this includes turning off mics and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Item 1 on the agenda, apologies. Are there any apologies?
We have received apologies from Councillor Vicky Slade.
And any substitutes?
Substitute members, we have Councillor Tony Trent here this evening for Councillor Slade.
Thank you for that. Item 3 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Have you received any declarations of interest in advance of the meeting?
No, Chair, I have not received any declarations in advance of the meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. In reference to item 7 on the agenda, I would mention that my daughter rents a house at Carter's Quay and I act as a guarantor to her tenancy there. It does involve me passing the site from time to time, but for complete transparency, I would just mention that. In terms of, Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, a declaration I made a long time ago in overview and scrutiny. Prior to becoming a councillor, I was interviewed by Future Places for a role in that organisation. But as I said, it was long before I'd actually declared as a candidate. But okay. It was discussed at OS some years ago.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you for that. Any others? No? Okay. Item 4 on the agenda, confirmation of the minutes. The minutes of the meeting held on the 27th of February, only about 3 weeks or so ago, have been circulated with the agenda. Can I have a proposer and indeed a seconder for the confirmation of those minutes? Councillor Phipps?
Apologies. Can I just make a comment that I think we did receive a communication, or you did, I think it went to all members, that about the presentation or recommendations from overview and scrutiny, that there was a request that potentially the actual points that were made were put into the minutes, and I wondered if the committee might want to consider that.
Thank you for that. That has been discussed with me and Democratic Services. The minutes aren't, for any meeting, meant to be a complete verbatim report of what's said. They're meant to reflect the general theme of what was discussed during the debates and clearly, obviously, record actual motions and proposals, recommendations being accepted. I've communicated already with Councillor Bartlett on that when he asked all of his items to be listed in the minutes. And I'm satisfied that the minutes reflect what was discussed. So, I would ask for somebody to propose the acceptance of the minutes and somebody to second it. Councillor Tarling, Councillor Connolly seconded it. So if that's, we won't need to take a vote on that unless anybody wants to abstain or vote against. So we'll accept the minutes. Okay. Thank you for that. Item 5, public issues. Do we have any public questions and statements, please?
Thank you. Yes, we have 5 public questions to start with. I'll call Mr McKinstry. He has 3 questions on agenda item 6 and 2 questions on agenda item 7. So if you ask your questions, and the chair will respond in turn.
Good evening, Councillor Andrews. Good evening, committee.
Good evening.
The first 3 questions relate to item 6, the review of BCP Future Places Limited. Question 1. On the 10th of March 2022, this committee heard some assurances regarding Future Places governance. The company was said to be governed by a suite of legal documents, including a commissioning contract with the council, which was never actually finalised, a resources agreement, also never finalised, and a shareholders agreement which was finalised but was breached in several respects. Additionally, the company was said to have been allocated a senior auditor and audits of the company built into the council's internal audit work plan. How frequently were these internal audits carried out? What concerns were identified? Were the above governance shortcomings known about, for instance? And if concerns were identified, with whom were they raised, and what remedial actions were attempted? Can we also be told whether the internal audit reports survive, as these could greatly aid an investigation?
Thank you for your question. The response is internal audit completed 2 assignments during BCP Future Places operational period of just over 2 years. Both assignments concentrating on governance related matters. Firstly, internal audit facilitated 2022, 23 and 24 review of governance arrangements for council companies, including BCP Future Places, evaluating client-side and entity-side controls against best practice guidance issued by local partnerships. That's an in-house public sector consultancy jointly owned by the Local Government Association, HM Treasury and the Welsh Government. Issues were raised with the relevant officers and the work was reported to Audit and Governance Committee as part of the Chief Internal Auditor's Annual Report of the 27th of July 2023. The resulting internal audit briefing note was incorporated into the Corporate Directors of Resources report to Audit and Governance Committee on the 11th of January 2024. Agenda item 8. The Council's decision to close the company in September 2023 meant that the specific actions that may have been relevant to BCP Future Places were superseded. By way of other resulting remedial actions, the Monitoring Officer's report to Cabinet on the 2nd of October 2024 set out a detailed governance framework for council-owned companies to take account of lessons learned following the closure of BCP Future Places, including the establishment of a shareholders advisory board and a shareholding operational board, and provision of guidance for councillors and officers appointed to outside bodies. Secondly, the internal audit coordinated the gathering of assurance work and evidence base for the production of the Annual Governance Statement, AGS, for 2022, 23 and 23-24. This work culminated in BCP Future Places governance arrangements featuring as a significant governance issue in the 2022/2023 AGS. The action plan was reported and agreed by A&G Committee on the 27th of July 2023, and that was agenda item 16. The action plan was implemented during 2023. Finally, all internal audit reports are retained for a period of 6 years. And your question number 2, Mr. McKinstry.
As stated in Appendix 1, the portfolio holder decision record from May 2022, the Future Places finances were restructured in 2022 and an £8 million loan allocated to the company. At the place over... Have I dropped out? No, you can hear me okay. I'm so deaf with tinnitus, I can't tell if I'm on the mic or not. Okay, at the Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee at 16th of June 2022, an officer explained that this £8 million consisted of public worked loan board borrowing and was being borrowed by the council and on lent to the company at a commercial rate. However, enquiries of the UK Debt Management Office reveal no PWLB borrowing by BCP Council during the whole of 2022. What then was the source of this £8 million? And if it derived from the 3 PWLB loans taken out in 2021, which totalled £42 million, what was the justification for reallocating any part of this sum to future places, as I thought the 2021 borrowing was for Carter's Quay?
Okay, thank you for that question. BCP Council's actual external borrowing, be that from the Public Works Loan Board, PWLB, or other sources, is based on the overall Treasury Management cash position of the authority, and is set out in detail in the quarterly reports to Audit and Governance Committee. Individual external loans for specific schemes and business cases, although assumed, are not normally undertaken. Therefore, any funding loaned to BCP Future Places Limited would have to be managed as part of the overall internal cash balance held at that time by the Council, and then lent to the subsidiary at a commercial rate. And your third question, sir?
Would it be logistically possible, no matter how time-consuming, to extricate emails from former councillors, former officers and former Future Places staff dating back to 2021, when Future Places was incorporated? Would these emails in theory survive in 2025 on the Council's central IT system? The position is complicated by the fact that Future Places seems to have had its own email domain at bcpfutureplaces.co.uk, as revealed in a few surviving LinkedIn and Indeed references.
Okay, you'll be pleased to know that the answers are yes and yes.
I have two further questions, Councillor Andrews, relating to item 7, Carter's Quay. The first of these, the report for item 7 states the Council began discussions with Inland Homes to acquire Carter's Quay, phases 4 to 6, in 2021, and the matter was considered by the Council's Asset Investment Panel that August. There are no clues, however, as to who came up with the initiative, nor in the Cabinet Papers for the 1st of September 2021, which simply described the proposed acquisition as an opportunity. Is there anyone still around who can recall who first came up with the idea of acquiring this site, i.e. who approached whom?
Okay, Inland Homes approached the Council. And your question 2 on Carter's Quay?
Who sat, or who is likely to have sat, on the Council's Asset Investment Panel in 2021, and are any notes or minutes likely to survive?
This was a hybrid advisory panel with representatives including the then leader, Councillor Drew Miller, and the deputy leader, Councillor Broadhead at the time, and officers from legal, finance and regeneration. And that completes the public questions. Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. I think we've got some public statements. I think Mr. Ian Redmond isn't here, so you'll be reading it out.
Actually, he's nominated Mr.
Sorry,
Mr.
please.
McKinstry to read it, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Beasley?
Thank you, Chairman. I wonder whether all members of the committee could be circulated with the responses that you've given to Mr. McKinstry's questions, please.
Yes, I can't see that's going to be a difficulty at all, so including the independent members, absolutely. Thank you. Over to you for the statements.
So over to Mr. McKinstry. You're going to read out Mr. Redmond's statement on his behalf and then 3 of your own.
I will do it. Can I be copied in on the answers that you've just provided as well? Is that all right?
Yes, I've got a hard copy for you.
That would be splendid. Okay, so Mr. Ian Redmond's public statement is as follows. This relates to item 6, Future Places, once again. Future Places lost more than £5 million in just 2 years. At full council in November 2023, the then leader, Councillor Slade, hoped Councillor Andrews and this committee would review what happened. Almost 18 months later, this committee is having an overview of what happened. That is a scandalous waste of time and an indication that this administration does not take this seriously. This has all the hallmarks of a cover-up. In the private sector, an investigation into £1 million failure would have been completed in days, not years. Losing £5 million could be due to negligence, incompetence, or possibly even fraud or corruption. Residents have a right to know. Councillors should know. A suggestion: have a quick, light touch external investigation, followed by a more detailed investigation if evidence of malpractice is detected. I have 3 statements of my own, Councillor Andrews.
Far away.
Again, relating to future places. There are so many unanswered questions surrounding future places. Entire micro-investigations could be devoted to the more perplexing issues. To take the staff bonuses, for instance, which totalled £110,476. These can be criticised on several fronts: exorbitance, or the fact that the 2022 bonuses were paid when the company hadn't seen one outline business case approved. But having studied all council agenda papers re future places, including exempt appendices released under FOI, it transpires that no bonus scheme or payment was ever referred to or approved by full council. This clearly breached reserved matters 39 and 40 of the shareholders' agreement. There were other breaches of this agreement too, and it's extraordinary that these took place when the then leader and deputy leader of the council, statutory officers, internal audit, and the company's own managing director all had the company's governance within their respective purviews. Second statement: separate inquiries are necessary regarding future places accommodation. The company paid 0 rent for its original base, Poole Civic Centre Annex. When that building was decommissioned, the board, chaired by Councillor Broadhead, with 2 statutory officers present, resolved to rent private offices at £54,000 a year. The freehold and rent receiving companies both had a connection with a separate company, now dissolved, which had been pressing Mellors Cabinet to purchase St Stephen's Church Hall for a homeless hub in 2021. This may have been declared and deemed sound. It may be too that Councillor Mellor sought officers' advice before assuming sole directorship of the rent receiving company on the 5th of May 2023. What remains unfathomable is Future Place's decision to commit to paying £54,000 annual rent on the 18th of July 2022, 3 days after Council applied for a £75.9 million government bailout and when free council office space was available. Third statement. Finally, there is the matter of disclosure. Graham Farrant observed in September 2023 that access to reports and information had been a point of tension with Future Places for 18 months, while Ian O'Donnell found that information was not shared, or not shared in a timely way. Another resident's FOI, meanwhile, suggests documents were being kept in draft. Of the 27 reports into Holes Bay, commissioned by the company, 21 remained in draft. We need to know why in 2024 a final settlement of £2,691,704.99 was paid for Future Places work, especially if much of it was in draft only. And as the withholding of information breached 315 and 3.3 of the shareholders' agreement, we need to know what can be done, realistically, when a company persists in contravening its own governance protocols. Good evening.
Thank you for that, and that concludes the public issues. We're going on to item 6 now of the agenda, which is BCP Future Places Limited. Before I do introduce or ask Janie Berry to introduce her report, I would actually ask Adam Richins if he could help me, please, because in the statements we have this difficulty with statements that are made where obviously, because they're statements and not questions, we can't normally make any comments. But I think there are some points in those statements, Mr. Richards, which you may want to comment about.
Thank you, Chair. And I refer particularly to Statement 1 by Ian Redmond that reflects and references the fact that Future Places lost more than £5 million in 2 years. I think last Friday I emailed Sam Acton a copy of the February 2024 Budget Monitoring Report for 23-24 at Q3 and referenced sections 12 to 17, which was the closure of Future Places Limited. What that section highlights is that the company had drawn down £4.75 million in loans from the council, but based on the fact they were then paid for outstanding work, meant that they were able to repay £2.38 million, which left £2.37 million that was written off. It's just a clarification.
Thank you for that. Right, as I say, we've got the report from our monitoring officer. It starts on page 27 of the agenda. Janie, if you'd like to introduce it for us, please.
Thank you, Chair. On the last occasion, this committee asked for an objective and independent report relating to BCP Future Places Limited. With that request in mind, I've prepared a very to-the-point report which sets out at paragraph 4 the details around the inception and how BCP Future Places came about in chronological form. That also, paragraph 4, includes a comprehensive list of all those appointed as directors. The dates concerned for appointment and the termination of their appointments are taken from Companies House. I also want to highlight there are at paragraph 10, I have put out some options for the committee to consider as proposed ways forward. And this is based on considering the comments that have been made at the previous 2 meetings of this committee where BCP Future Places has been discussed. At paragraph 12, based on the principles of natural justice and the Inquiries Act 2005, I've provided some factors which this committee may wish to discuss as part of the scoping exercise, because I am aware that the committee wishes to have a scoping discussion this evening in the public domain, and it's hoped that the factors at paragraph 12 may assist in the debate and the conversation. I also want to advise that at paragraph 11 and in the financial implications, that if there is funding required in order to progress the scoping or any outcomes of this committee this evening, a business case would have to be prepared and approval from Cabinet would be required, as there are no allocated budgets for work of this committee. I just want to finally indicate that I have attached a number of appendices, and these have all got the electronic links. So Appendix 1 is a chronology of the BCP Council's decision-making insofar as it relates to BCP Future Places Limited and latterly the Council's approach to shareholder governance. Appendix 2 is a chronology of the government's documents which I've been able to source, which have been published with reference to BCP Future Places. Appendix 3 is a chronology of the agenda and minutes for the board meetings of BCP Future Places from its inception to its closure. Appendix 4 and Appendix 5 are provided for pure awareness raising. Appendix 4 is a document published by the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny insofar as it discusses the roles of audit committees and scrutiny committees working together. And Appendix 5 is the CIPFA responsibility guidance, for the audit committee and the organisational effectiveness in local authorities. Chair, I don't feel I can add any further to that. I believe I've provided an objective and independent report in my capacity as the Council's monitoring officer and the Chief Legal Advisor. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. One particular point I picked up from your presentation, actually, obviously is noted in the report as well, that to carry out a thorough investigation or extensive investigation is going to require funding. This committee doesn't have funding in that respect, and we have to go to Cabinet. And on that point, I've got Councillor Mike Cox online, who holds the purse strings effectively of this council. I would ask Councillor Mike Cox, have you got any comments about whether Cabinet is likely to sanction a budget for a Future Places inquiry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow councillors. I just wanted to answer that by saying that I don't particularly hold purse strings as such, but I might be influential in saying how money is spent. But what I wanted to do really was to give you all my view on the situation in terms of the investigation as I see it. And you'll see at the end what my view is in terms of where money should or shouldn't go to. Really, I wanted to put on record, this position on the proposed Future Places, not the proposed, the proposed investigation into Future Places, and also Carter's Quay for that matter. As the monitoring officers clearly pointed out, in a very detailed way, the ins and outs of the company and how it came about. But the Future Places was a construct of the previous administration, which did set out with some fairly grand ambitions and let's be honest with each other, significant cross-party support. It did deteriorate into a fairly mismanaged shambles, which did cost BCP taxpayers many millions of pounds. I fully understand why some colleagues want to investigate the minutiae of who did or said what and who presumably try and apportion blame or even produce a report which might be handed over to the police. The decision to undertake this experiment was a political one. The decision to operate it in the way it was operated was a political one, and the decision to close it was a political one. And the last time I looked, it's not a crime to be incompetent, and it's not a crime to be boastful, and it's not a crime to support your political colleagues when they're in the process of tanking your reputation. The price for the reckless incompetence in which Future Places and other regeneration initiatives, for that matter, were handled was really paid quite heavily by the previous administration at the ballot box. However, it is a crime, to misuse public funds for personal or financial or political gain. And there are a few instances which seem to have come to light where there is some need of clarification. I believe this. I served on this committee for a good 4 years, and its prime purpose, as far as I'm concerned, is the monitoring, managing, and improving the governance of the council. Many residents could see that any proposed investigation was possibly conducting a politically motivated witch hunt, and I don't think we want to go down that route. However, in my opinion, there is still important work to do in respect of two areas, and the first area really is to identify what went wrong, recommend changes to make sure that the errors don't happen again, and the often repeated expression that 90% of the lessons have been learned, I don't believe is good enough. There is a job of work to do, in my opinion, in reviewing the existing investigations, identifying the 10% or so of issues that remain, and more importantly, recommending actions that prevent them ever happening again. The second area, of course, is that there are some serious allegations of criminal behaviour, which I believe should be challenged. They should be investigated if necessary, and if appropriate, handed over to the police if there's any findings to be done. But fellow councillors, the problem with all of this is that it's become deeply political, and it would not be credible to me, it's not credible that two surviving members of the previous administration, fairly steeped in this whole affair, and are on this committee, should have any sway in any investigation. I don't think that's right. Equally, I'm trying to be fair here, honestly, the political beneficiaries of any investigation should not be allowed, in my opinion, to influence it either. I for one cannot countenance throwing good money after bad to continue to investigate that which is already in the public arena, and I'm not prepared to provide additional financial resources. However, I would prefer a working party made up of independent or non-aligned members to be tasked with reviewing the current evidence with the assistance of the internal audit and reporting accordingly. This work can be resourced out of existing budgets, including would include remunerating any independent members, because they would have to spend a lot more than they were anticipating to do in doing this. So, I mean, that kind of sets out my feelings on this whole investigation. I'm not about to write a check for anybody to spend possibly hundreds of thousands of pounds getting some independent St John Smith to come along and have to get all the background and do all the investigations, and etc. etc. That's just not on. So I think we need to do this internally. I think we need to do this. I think the politicians should get out of the way, and I think independent people should come in that are already on the council, that know how the council work, and get on and do it and report to the Audit and Governance Committee. I think there are significant lessons to be learned, as we've already heard repeatedly. But we need to actually identify what they are and make sure that the issues that are out there are put right and are corrected and hopefully never repeated again. So that's my position, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that. You mentioned the independent members. Obviously, we've got two independent members on this committee. Samantha Acton, who's here this evening, and also I think joining us online is the other one, Lindy Jansen van Vuren. Sam Acton, you've been volunteered to do something here. Is it something which you're willing to contemplate taking on?
Thank you, Councillor Fox. No, thank you ever so much for all of that. And I do agree with an awful lot of what you've just said. And thank you so much for, in particular, coming up with a creative suggestion as a way forward. That's a really interesting one. There is a compromise that I'm aware of in this scenario, though, for myself, and I'm sure Lindy would like to speak for herself as well on this occasion, because it's come to our attention that the police have been contacted about behaviour and process, and in particular the word fraud. Now, the problem there is there's no limit on a fraud time limit on a fraud investigation. So if Lindy and I agreed to go forward with your suggestion, we would be forever in jeopardy of getting it wrong. If we didn't find the fraud and the police found the fraud afterwards, it would be held against us. So I think that jeopardy stakes are just too high at this point for the two of us to be involved. But there may be an alternative. Lindy's got a lot of experience in this area. Chair, can I suggest that Lindy perhaps contributes at this stage?
Okay, Lindy, your camera's not on, but are you able to make any comments or observations? You've been volunteered equally with Sam Acton. Lindy?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I agree with Sam's comments with regards to the position that we are in, even though that we are independent members and not affiliated with a political party. I also believe that the whole audit committee as a whole should be apolitical, and that this should, at this platform, not be an issue of politics, but purely to do what the council is obligated to do, and if there is any allegation of fraud, it is the council's duty and responsibility to investigate this. And if none, that's a different story. But if there are any fraud in these matters, I don't think it's an independent member's prerogative or place to be doing audits on behalf of council's instruction, as we are also part of the oversight. So we'll be then also doing oversight of the work that we have been doing. So there is a bit of a independence issue there and conflict of interest. In my view, I think either some outsourced completely, but it will definitely be costly. Otherwise, we do have an independent audit department that should be able to do the investigation and give this committee assurance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, both independent members. The monitoring officer gives advice to councillors about their duties and responsibilities. Equally, she can give advice to independent members. So I don't know whether what you've heard from Councillor Cox, etc., whether you've got any comments or recommendations or advice.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I clarify? I spoke to Dorset Police yesterday. They have confirmed to me that there are no open investigations insofar as it relates to allegations of fraud or BCP Future Places. So it's any individual who is involved with BCP Future Places or the council as a corporate entity, etc. There are no open investigations whatsoever. The second thing is that if our independent persons do take up a degree of work, because they're acting on council business, they would be covered by the council's indemnity and hence the insurance. So as long as it is approved council business, so for example, the recommendations from yourselves and they're carrying out that task, it would fall under the indemnity insurance that we have. If they stray, I have to say this, but if they stray out of that, and for potential frolic of their own, which is a legal phrase, I know, but if they go on a frolic of their own and stray into other matters, then the indemnity and insurance cover provision may not apply. So as long as they're acting on council business, undertaking council work, they would be covered by that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Phipps, you indicated.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a question as to whether outside of this meeting and before this has happened, that anybody who's actually spoken to the independent members to ask and then said to them today, what will you think about it? Because they do seem to have their opinions on it sort of ready. So has a discussion already been taken with them? That was my first thing I'd like to ask. And then I'd just like to give the opinion that I don't think anyone from this committee, even independent members, they will all, I believe, potentially already have formed a view, and they have already taken, well, we have had plenty of discussion within these meetings, and I don't think it is appropriate that they should be doing an investigation or be part of an investigation should to proceed with that. That's just my view on it. But I would like answer to my question as to whether there'd been any prior discussion with them.
I've got Councillor Cox indicating, so probably he can give you the answer that you require. Councillor Cox?
I'm effectively, I came up with the idea, I suppose, about 24 hours ago or so ago. And given that I was volunteering the two independent members, I did feel as though it was important to reach out to them and just to forewarn them that I was going to make this suggestion. So I did have a chat with them both yesterday evening. But that was it. So they were aware. Yeah.
I'd like to add to that Councillor Cox then did actually leave Lindy and I to discuss and to make our own decisions independently, so that we could form our thoughts and be prepared, which I think was fair enough given the request that was coming.
Okay, thank you for that. Has any other councillor got a question or something they need clarified here? Nobody. Oh, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I just feel slightly uncomfortable about that. I can't put it into words, but something just doesn't feel quite right, because I thought we were talking about an investigation that's carried out independently, not by people from within our own in-house setup. I really firmly believe it needs to be from an external source that undertakes this investigation. And actually, I want to acknowledge the monitoring officer. Thank you for the detailed report and the helpful links. I think what was in there, one of the appendices actually, was a really good reminder of our roles and responsibilities as councillors on this committee. So thank you for re-presenting that. And I just want to make things clear for people that might be listening online, that it's important to note that councillors' roles in audit and scrutiny are distinct. Scrutiny reviews policy, its formulation and implementation, while audit ensures that effective governance, risk management and robust financial management within statutory requirements. And as a councillor, our primary responsibility is to serve our community with integrity, transparency and dedication. And within this context, we're about effective governance and we're about financial accountability. We just heard from Mr. Richins about 2.37 million that was written off. Now, I think it is important to acknowledge the ambition of Future Places to really put our area on the map, create 13,000 jobs and oversee a portfolio of an estimated gross value of £2.8 billion. But things went very wrong. Future Places just clearly bit off too much than it could chew. Now, we have discussed this. This is not the first time that this is coming to our committee. And I think it's about time now that we stop talking and we actually go. I would like to propose that we do have an independent investigation and that it's carried out by independent people, independent of this council.
I would second that. Thank you. And I'd like to reserve my right to speak, but I think you would require a second.
Yes. As we've heard earlier, though we actually haven't had it quantified, though the monitoring officer did give some broad figures at the previous meeting, it would be an expensive operation, and therefore, if your proposal is probably going to have to be a recommendation to Cabinet for them to find the resources. If you would like to, in your proposal, say this is a recommendation to Cabinet, perhaps.
Well, first, I'd like to also acknowledge Councillor Bartlett. Overview and scrutiny did bring this to Audit and Governance for us to decide what happens next. Sorry,
That was Carter's key.
apologies. Okay, there's so much of it. It's hard to keep track of it all, to be honest. I think given the multi-millions of pounds that are at stake here and have been lost, written off, that I would like to propose that there is a recommendation to Cabinet. I mean, the monitoring officer mentioned business cases. I mean, that is quite ironic, really, given the business case quality of the business cases that came before Future Places.
Do you have sufficient wording?
Chair, I was just checking. There is actually wording provided. I think it's in option A in paragraph 10. Is that pretty much what you're recommending to Cabinet?
Can you read that out? Just
Certainly, it says to
listening.
propose an independent investigation. This would involve identifying and appointing an independent person to lead the work and report to the committee at a date to be identified. There is a caveat, obviously, in that.
Yeah, I think just that first sentence, so I'll read it just for clarity. Propose an independent investigation. This would involve identifying and appointing an independent person to lead the work and report to the committee at a date to be identified.
Yeah, Councillor Phipps, you're happy with that wording?
Yeah, I'm content with that.
Councillor Phipps, you're happy with that wording?
Councillor Phipps.
Councillor
Councillor Tunney, did you indicate you want to speak to this proposal?
No, I had my hand up before the proposal was made. I don't know whether it was apposite to speak at this point. It was more generally to the recommendation and discussion for that. So I'll reserve a right to speak later. It's not related directly to this proposal. I'm not sure. To you.
Vice Chairman, I think you said earlier that you may want to say something.
Yes, so I have my views on this, obviously, and I think I might as well go through them now as any. Now, obviously, we've looked into this and we've thought about this, and I want to say thank you very much for setting out the report you have done. It's helpful to have it all in one place and set out clearly. It's very difficult. It's easy to ask for an investigation. It's very easy for us to say, go give us some money to pay for an investigation, take it off our hands. And why wouldn't we do that? If money were no object, why wouldn't we be commissioning reviews for all of these things that we'd like to know more about? But the reality is money is very much an object. We can make the referral to Cabinet, but as we've heard from Councillor Cox, it's very unlikely to be forthcoming. So, why recommend to Cabinet an external investigation if we know the answer is no? Now, we know the money is an object. As a council, we don't have any. There's plenty I'm trying to get done in my area. We don't have the money. So we really need to watch what we spend. And be under no mistake, this could run into some very serious figures, especially, and that's even before we get lawyers involved. So I think, and that's not a reason not to do it, but I think we need to think through quite carefully what we need to get out of the investigation. What do we mean by an investigation? What do we want to get out of it? So a few thoughts. So first is, has there been any actual corruption or fraud? I think that's the most important thing to get clear now. And I'm aware of concerns that are out there in the press around things like rent paid to premises. However, any investigation that we do is not going to get into actual corruption or fraud. So that is a matter for the police. And if anyone raises any information, and I hope that they would, if anyone raises any information that they think is relevant to corruption or fraud, I hope that gets raised with the police. But they will press on with that regardless of what we do, internally or externally. That would have to be a police matter. So I don't think that an external investigation would get to any answers there, regardless. So the second point is on the money. Now, it might be a contentious opinion, but I don't actually think it's a mystery where the money went, where it was spent, or how it was approved. So the full council approved the loan to be paid back with payment on work provided. It was a huge risk to the council. It was commissioning work from a company with no track record, no experience, or no USP I can detect. And we know where the money went on. It went on inflated salaries, it went on bonuses, it went on trips, it went on legal fees, it went on consultant fees, it went on premises. Now, I'm sure that we could dig into it and find out that the money could have been better spent. And I very much strongly think that if work was done in-house by well-supported officers, they would have given us much better value for money on those business cases. So we could do an investigation and come out with the findings that the money was not well spent and that was not a good return on the council's investment. Would it be a surprise? What would it tell us? It seems to me that the company was operating exactly as Drew Mellor wanted it to, or intended it to, as a standalone private entity. It was working how it was planned to do. Now, there's no getting around it. Unfortunately, bad councillors make bad decisions. To my view, Drew Mellor, he set it up to operate as it did. It was a private company acting like competitor companies in the private market when it hadn't actually earned any money, and it was doing so with taxpayer money. I think it's councillors cosplaying as business people with the taxpayers' money, right? They wanted a company to act as if they were a private entity, actors in the market with taxpayer money. Now, it was awful, but that doesn't mean it's a mystery. So from my perspective, I don't think we need to send good money after bad to tell me that Drew Mellor made bad decisions and risky decisions. We know this, and we know that he was supported by his cabinet and his party at the time. So with respect to the money, yes, it's awful that 2.37 million of a loan got written off, but I'm not sure what an external investigation would tell us, other than that it was very badly spent by poor decisions. So the next point, which I am probably more concerned about, is the governance and controls, which, as we've said, is exactly what we're here for. The setup clearly had too much involvement on an operational capacity from councillors. This is clear from the government's assurance review. It got a proper independent chair in Lord Kerslake, but too late. It got non-executive members, but too late. So why were they not at first? Why was that not from the beginning? So what was the plan to make sure that it was subject to the council's scrutiny framework from the very beginning? How could it withhold the information the way it did? How could bonuses be paid without full count? These are governance and process issues, which I think we could definitely look into why they weren't in place from the very beginning before anything got out the door. So I'd be very keen to look into that. I mean, ultimately, it was an entity that it didn't have the culture or the ethos of a company that was fully owned by the taxpayer. So I think we need to tighten up the governance and the constitution with respect to making sure that we are as safe as we can be from a future incompetent administration who wanted to do the same sort of nonsense again. So this is, for me, it's about the governance and processes we have. And I'm not sure that we need necessarily an external investigation to do that, because it's our processes. We can look at them, we can kick the tires on them as to whether we've gone far enough ourselves. So we've already done some of this work. Last year we had the council-owned company shareholder governance review, and I think that has put in place a lot of this, which will help with the governance arrangement around another, if this comes up in the future. Having said that, I'm very supportive of doing extra work to see, has it gone far enough? Could we go a bit further on that? So I think the independent members looking into that I'd be keen on that idea, and they can inform us, and they can inform the Constitutional Review Working Group on ways in which they think that the Constitution could be tightened up in that regard. So I'd be very supportive of this. I also think that there's the potential for a future incoming CEO who is completely removed from all of this. That might be a good opportunity to do a review of, have we put in place any of the changes that could be done. That's another opportunity for someone separate to it. So that is my thoughts set out. Hope helpful.
Okay, I've got Councillor Trent next, then Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Trent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have to say that in the real world that I operate in, I'm always looking for a couple of £1,000 here or a couple of £1,000 there that will make a real difference to real people in the real world. And, I've got in front of me a very difficult sort of dilemma that, do I go along with something and kind of undermine other stuff that I kind of fully support? And to contemplate a six-figure sum going into an investigation which will come up with the same answers, and there's loads of documents that seem to say the same thing and say it over and over again. I'm not sure what it's actually setting out to achieve. So personally, I would be against spending any large sum of money on that, and I think it's up to individuals on this committee that are sufficiently distant from the political side of it to decide whether they want to do anything off their own back. But quite frankly, I kind of think we're just looking at throwing good money after bad, and we're just making a difficult situation for a lot of our residents even more difficult, because quite frankly, it's the little things that count at the moment, not spending hundreds of thousands of pounds on something which will probably tell us what we know already anyway. So, and if people have got any examples of fraud or suspicion of fraud, then contact the police, contact the authorities direct. Don't sort of, beat around the bush, make the necessary moves. So I would be totally against spending any money on anything on this one. I just think it's gone on for long enough. We've learnt lessons. Things have changed, and hopefully they will stay changed.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead, you were next, then Councillor Tarling.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I could probably write a book with all my comments on future place, but I won't go into all of the background or views that I may have as somebody that was there and very close to it throughout the whole thing. But I will talk about what we're talking about this evening, about whether it's appropriate or not to put this to bed, essentially, and have a formal investigation, external, or whether it's appropriate to do so in-house and in-house alone, or even, dare I say, to do nothing at all. Before I do, what I've been a bit uncomfortable about tonight is the feeling that the decision is a fait accompli already. It was 35 minutes, I think 40 minutes before any members of the panel were allowed to speak on this matter. We heard from the cabinet member, independent members, and almost everybody else with a firm view, as evidenced in the paper as well, that even if you ask for an independent investigation, as we heard loud and clear from the cabinet member, we ain't going to let you do it anyway. And whilst I think it's good to have that clarity of expectation management, equally I don't think that should be a factor into forcing the panel what we would recommend cabinet or anybody else to do. I think that's incumbent upon us to make that decision based on the based on our thoughts as constituted members of this panel. Incidentally, I'm not being negative to any of the independent members or anything, because it's useful to hear their views, but I just don't really like being told ahead of a vote what the outcome of that vote is going to be. So onto my thoughts. I do agree with many of the points that the Vice Chair and Councillor Cox have said earlier on around the whole the situation of future places. Essentially, we've got a big pack of information here that walks through the processes that were followed around the decision making, and it was extensive, and I think any investigation probably show it's pretty solid. But as Councillor Cox said at the beginning, the decision to create the entity, the decision to go in that direction for regeneration, was a political decision, a fully respectable political decision for the administration at the time. And of course, as he outlined, the decision to close future places was also a political decision as well. And therefore, there could be an argument that we shouldn't do anything. Where I disagree is that there is just so much information and misinformation that is circulating around that I think it is incumbent upon us to put that to bed and to have an independent investigation done externally to sort through a lot of that. I mean, even in the meeting tonight, we've heard things like, oh, well, there's evidence of fraud and it's with the police, and then we hear from the monitoring officer that that's not happening. Well, is it or isn't it? Those are kind of things that we absolutely need some clarity on. There's also different people's views on how the company operated. I, for instance, have some concerns with some lessons that we need to learn. My experience taught me that the commissioning model that the Future Places did, I still think was the right one for that type of entity. I think it was pretty clear from some of the work that was done during and after the event that it didn't work to the most effective way that it should have done. I think some of that actually is on the council side. I don't think the council side fulfilled its role as a commissioner correctly. Well, we need to not just assume that was the case, but look into it and have somebody else that is objective to say whether that is the case or not. But the main reason that I think I would like to see an independent investigation is for the end decision as well. So there's a lot of talk about the fact that Future Places lost 5 million or 2 point whatever million. Well, Future Places didn't lose that. BCP lost it because BCP took the decision to curtail the activity of BCP and close it before it was able to fulfil its activity. And as Councillor Cox said earlier on, that was a decision a political decision to create Future Places and give it a workload. Slightly different to what we've heard from other members that said that it bit enough more than it can chew. It was never going to develop £3 billion worth of regeneration. The aim was that it was going to do a sift and then decide on the priority projects and bring forward outline business cases. And part of the reason that the council wrote off a couple of £1 million was because this administration, quite appropriately, considering they're in charge, decided not to let it carry on with its constituted work, and of course that meant that the money that was spent kind of came to nothing. And I've still got some real issues with how that final decision was taken. It was very, very hasty. That paper didn't have a tremendous amount of evidence to it. There were no pros and cons. There was no options assessments of what would happen if we redesigned or refocused that entity in our own image. It was just, we don't want to do it anymore. It's going to cost us some money. And colleagues may remember that I think that decision was made much easier because at the time, due to the council having essentially a lump sum from I think it was a business rate surplus account, they had the money to essentially close it without suffering any ongoing revenue issues. I think that decision might well have been made in a lot more reasoned and more focused way had there been some real life ongoing financial implications to that, rather than, oh, we found some money down the back of the sofa, so let's just close it. So that's another thing that I think an external review would look at. Did we not just run it correctly, but did we close it correctly? Did we explore pulling out the good and throwing away the bad, but instead we just decided not to do anything? And then back to the governance. The Vice Chair raised issues about the governance as well. There's a lot of information and a lot of misinformation around governance that I think we need to learn from, but we need the facts right as well. I would have my own views on that, but I wouldn't be the appropriate one to be part of that investigation, giving the outcomes. But, for example, there was questions raised earlier on around why the company didn't have independent members and an independent chairman and non-executive directors. Well, the papers will show that it was always intended to, but it takes a period of time. So the reason that I was actually the initial chairman of Future Places, only for the first 10 months, is because we had to have a process to get an independent chairman, which was the aspiration from the beginning. And that took 10 months. And 10 months, actually, I don't think, to get the calibre of an independent chairman in the late, great Lord Kerslake that we got, isn't a tremendous amount of time. Is that a governance failure, or actually is that using the time correctly? Well, those are questions that I think need to be asked, because otherwise, to do this internally, we could end up in a situation where we very arbitrarily and very lazily decide, well, the governance was terrible, let's never do that again. Well, let's get somebody actually to say, oh, maybe the governance was quite good, maybe we did follow it correctly, but we just didn't like the outcome. All of those things, I mean, I've got many other things that I think we could and should look at. We'll only get the clarity and only, I think, get the respect of the public if it happens independently. Otherwise, the administration will be accused of covering it up. The previous administration will be accused of not wanting to have any sight of this because they were embarrassed about it, and I don't think that reflects well on any of us. I've got much more I could say about Future Places, the journey, the information that we've heard. I could even answer many of the questions that we heard from the member of the public earlier on, but that's not appropriate for this forum. But I think it might surprise people for me to say we should have an independent investigation. I noticed the cabinet member has already had his hand up to try and probably try and persuade the committee otherwise. But I'd be very supportive of the proposal in front of us.
Okay, thanks for that. I've got Councillor Tarling and Councillor Waite after that. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you very much. I declared an interest at the start, and probably better if I give a bit of background to that. So I work for an international property and construction consultancy, and I work out of an office often in Winchester, and we provide consultancy investment services to local authorities, Hampshire County Council being one of them, and also any local authorities that's on the Southern Construction Framework. So at the time, prior to becoming a councillor, I was working with the MOD, producing business cases for the MOD to the Treasury Green Book standard, produced about 8 business cases, and it was around about Christmas 2022, I was approached by a firm of headhunters to talk about Future Places and discuss a role as a programme director for Future Places. I was aware of Future Places at the time. I wasn't a councillor, but obviously, I was a town councillor at the time, so I had an interest, and certainly, I think Future Places as a company was not a bad idea. But there again, it was competing with a lot of established companies out there that offer this type of services. My current employer being one of them. I had 2 interviews with Future Places, and I'll tell you, I don't know the exact fees, but I could tell you they'd probably be paying in the order of about £40,000 to £50,000 headhunter fees for this one role. I'm happy to be corrected, but in a previous life, in the last century, I used to headhunt for this type of role, so I know a bit about the fee structures there as well. And to give you an indication, I wasn't successful at the job, and Councillor Broadhead has mentioned in an exchange we had back in September 23 that it was discussed at a board meeting whether it was appropriate to offer me a role. It was decided, apparently, because I was a town councillor, that it was not appropriate to offer me the role, which, to be honest, I probably wouldn't have taken, bearing in mind I think the salary was certainly way over what the going rate was at the time for that type of role, and certainly for the workload that's incorporated. For the number of business cases I've seen produced, I would actually say in the space of a year, that would be the workload that my employer would probably expect me alone to do, let alone a full board and company to produce. And that's not just outline business cases, that would be full business cases. So I appreciate it's slightly different when you're doing it internally, that you don't have some of the other bits and pieces around. So when councillors say, I don't know where the money went, unfortunately, I disagree. I do. You know, the sort of people that were recruited to Future Places, Bob Kerslake mentioned as one, but some of the people that interviewed me as well, would be on some very sizable salaries. And I think, and if you're paying consultancy fees for recruiters as well, it all costs a lot of money. So I'm not surprised where the money went. The bigger question is about performance and what we actually got for that. And when I made a request for the outline business cases or outline business case for Christchurch Civic Centre, because I had an interest in that, I was surprised at the lack of optioneering provided, the lack of finance review that had been done on it. The quality, it would have been a draft outline business case that I produce for discussion. It certainly wouldn't be something that I would put forward for review by the governance structure. So I think there's some performance issues that need to be answered. The second part of this, and I was going to say this earlier, but I thought we were going to discuss the motion that's been put forward here. But and Councillor Connolly, you've done a fantastic job. I think you really hit the nail on the head about identifying the key issues here and boiling down this report to where we are. I'm slightly in awe of your grasp of the situation, and it takes a lot of brain power to get your head around what's gone on here. Is what are we going to find out? You know, it's we've looked at corruption, and it's that. I was talking to another councillor earlier today about tonight's meeting, not from my party, from another party, and I said, what do we want to get out of this? Is it a witch hunt we're looking at here? Are we looking to? I'm fairly confident. I know what went wrong. I don't have all the facts, but I can see that Future Places as an idea was a good idea. To some extent, you know, taking on some key players to get the company going, and you know whether Bob Kerslake is the right person or was the right person choice to make. It's quite a heavy hitter to have as a chairman on a company, and is that appropriate for a company that's only doing 6 or 7 business cases? That's that's the sort of thing one senior consultant in my company would do in a year. It seems quite anachronistic to have such a large team of people, sort of director levels, for so many chiefs and so few Indians, and actually doing the donkey work here. So there is a question to be answered about governance, but I think to what end are we looking at here? We spend a lot of money to really get back to the conclusion a lot of us are probably of the opinion of. The first Overview Scrutiny board that I sat on as a new councillor in this administration, it was discussed, and we went through it at length, what went wrong and whether we should be carrying on with it. And I think the key thing for me was that it was picked up in the best value notice. Was the relationship of directors and the board, and this arm's length relationship wasn't demonstrable. As Councillor Broaders has pointed out, he said to me in exchange after the OSB meeting that he was attending meetings long after he resigned as a director. Now, to me, and if they're discussing HR issues like my appointment, I think, well, that's something that external bodies shouldn't be involved in. So, I have a very personal demonstration here of what the best value notice was about. There was too much councillor involvement in Future Places. So for my part, I don't really need to know anymore. And I think to spend money, as Councillor Cox has said, to really go around the buoy a couple more times, I don't think is correct. I don't think we're going to reach the burden of proof for any corruption. I don't think there's actual corruption. I just think it was a very top-heavy company that was some very big salaries and very little targets on its performance indicators. I think that was the issue that happened here. So it was a case of like like putting the dog out of its misery, really. Back in when like over in the scrutiny board, where we made a recommendation, I think, to close future places. So I don't really want to rake over the old ground again. I hear what Councillor Broadhead's saying, that there's been some allegations thrown around here, and some of them probably aren't true, and I would like to see if those aren't true, that certain people get their name cleared. But we could go through a whole raft of things that went on in the previous administration and pick at them. But I really would like to move on. Councillor Broadhead, you've said it quite a few times in meetings that you just want to move on and get on with the business of being in opposition and holding this administration to account. 100% behind that, and likewise, I really want to move on and not talk about future places anymore. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead, because you've been particularly
very quickly, just a few points of clarity based on some of the things that the previous speaker said. I don't think it's correct at all that his potential employment was brought up in a board meeting. I have no recollection of that whatsoever, and indeed it wouldn't have been appropriate. I don't think. I just, as a non-exec director of any company, you don't get involved in kind of employment matters at that level. So I can assure him that your name was never brought up to me. I only found out well after the event. Sorry? I mentioned it, that it had been told to me, I think, but I have no recollection of it being in a meeting itself. And there was another point of clarity as well about attendance at meetings after the event. And again, whilst there were lots of meetings, once the board, the independent board, was constituted at Future Places, I don't believe I went to them at all. Thank you.
Okay, well, Councillor Waite, I'm going to invite Councillor Bartlett after her. So, if Councillor Bartlett, if you'd like to join the table, then we can move on swiftly. And then I've got a couple of other speakers after Claire Waite.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Connolly, for being so well organised and well articulate, because you really put across a lot of the things that I was thinking about and hadn't quite crystallised. I get the desire for an independent investigation, but who's going to drive the business case and make it happen? I just don't think it's a goer. And what happens then? I think the only way you're going to get the answers that you want is if we task in this committee ourselves, and if the independent members are assured by the what Janie has said about the indemnity policy and such, and happy to go with it, I would much rather support them actually getting the work done than have it just bounce back from Cabinet.
Okay, Councillor Bartlett, just for members watching in, you are obviously the chair of Overview and Scrutiny Committee, independent as it were. So what would you like to say?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. The first point is your consideration of a recommendation to Cabinet. I believe if you do that, you're abdicating your responsibilities, your statutory responsibilities as the A&G Committee. You're not accountable, per se, to Cabinet. It is your responsibility. It's for you to make that decision. The second point is why an investigation? Well, the issue, and so, Councillor Armstrong raised this, and it's about accountability. Truth matters. Truth matters. And we're a long way from the truth here. There's a lot more that may come out of an investigation. I have an experience in my career investigating aircraft accidents, and I can assure you the end bit is the very last bit. There's always another story, lots of pieces that you have to piece together to come up with the truth. And I don't think you can do that. You can hypothesize as much as you like in here, but you've got to do the investigation to get to the truth. And the truth matters, and it's because we are accountable as a council to the public. This is a huge amount of money. You just cannot sweep it under the carpet. It has to be looked at properly. The second thing is about the finances, and I just carry on that theme a little. The financial officer said that 2.3 million was paid off for work that was done. but what value did the council get from that money that was paid back? What actually was achieved for all of that £5.3 million? And I tell you, there are consequential costs still ongoing, not necessarily associated with Future Places direct projects that are causing the council costs now. Winter Gardens was one of them. Paul Civic Centre was another. The involvement in Future Places did have consequential impacts into decisions that were already made and were subsequently delayed while they were re-evaluated by Future Places. The last point I'd like to make is it's been said that this was a political decision. I'm not a political, I don't belong to any political party. In my view is that was not a political decision. The decision was made purely on the finances. We could not afford the transformation programme at the time. We were looking to see how it could be funded. And it was clear that the cost of Future Places was just not affordable. You could argue, if it hadn't been for the transformation programme and Future Places had been given a further opportunity to engage in the regeneration, it may have been successful with the correct controls being put into place. It never really had a chance to get going because it had to be stopped because it just was not affordable. And we still haven't got an answer for regeneration in the council. You know, we will probably, unless we address these sort of problems, we will make these mistakes again. Because regeneration is a massively expensive process. So I think that's it. Thank you, Chair. That's my view.
Councillor Fitz, earlier you reserved your right to speak. You have indicated that so this is your opportunity to speak on this proposal, which you seconded.
Thank you very much. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that Future Places requires an independent investigation. Absolutely no doubt. I'd remind you as well that this committee voted unanimously for that. And now it seems there's some sort of move to stop any investigation on the grounds that we can't afford it. Well, I'm sorry, but I just find that quite outrageous. We've heard the monitoring officer this evening, and also there was an article in the press where you were quoted saying exactly the same, it was in the Echo this week, that you said before anything can be agreed, funding would have to be agreed by the Cabinet, and there's no money assigned in the budget for this investigation. So, you know, we're being sort of pressured here, as I see it. Also, it's been said tonight that there'd need to be a detailed business case. Well, of course we can receive advice from the monitoring officer, of course. We are here to listen to advice. But the decision is ours. And we've already decided that there will be an investigation. We've already done that. And we shouldn't rerun that vote today, in my view. We just need to decide how to proceed. And if Cabinet needs to agree the funding, well, I've gone along with that, but I've just heard that perhaps that's not a good idea. I don't know, because I don't know the ins and outs of that. And I find the comments about us requiring a business case a little bit rich, really, because considering Future Places looked at so many projects and never actually came up with a final business case for anything that I recall. We might have had some drafts, despite spending millions. And here we are. We just need one to do an investigation, which somebody has said is going to be a six-figure sum. Where on earth did that come from? Does somebody know something that I don't or that we don't? Where's that come from? You know. So, and I also wonder who would produce this business case. Call me sceptical, but I think it would need someone impartial that will make sure that it's not inflated in any way. That say, no, we can't do it, we haven't got the money. Couldn't Cabinet just decide on a ceiling for the funding or something like that? I'm just trying to say there must be a way to go about this, and I really think we should. I'm just seeing a bit of scaremongering here to stop this committee continuing with some sort of investigation. This council, when you boils down to it, lost millions of pounds. The council, as you say, lost it. And it could be it lost more than there was in the final accounts, and I don't know. That needs to be looked at, and the consequences as well have been mentioned. And here we're saying, oh, we can't do an investigation because it's going to cost some money. But this was council taxpayers' money that was lost, and we need to be absolutely open and transparent and independently find out why. And I just don't see the problem, you know, with doing this and why we shouldn't do it. You say we knew where the money went. Do we? Okay. That's not really the point, though, is it? Because as far as this committee is concerned, we deal with governance, audit, finance, value for money. That's what we do, and that is why we are here. And I can come up with loads of things, and I may just broach on some of them. There's quite a lot. It's like governance. The shareholders' agreement was breached in many ways. It was. Future Places failed to provide information to the council. In fact, the statements that have been made have come up with some of these things. There was supposed to be a commissioning agreement. It never got done. Future Places got involved in projects outside its plan. There was no commissioning agreement. The managing director was paid £150,000 a year to, and I quote, fulfil the role of accountable officer, ensuring the proper governance of the organisation. What happened there then? That's a whole lot of money to be paid for not actually doing a job properly. Why didn't we do anything about it or find out about it? Didn't anyone from the council realise that the governance of Future Places was actually not being upheld? And how often was the company looked at by audit? This was a question, and I think you actually may have answered that, but these are things that should come out in an investigation. The bonuses, over £100,000 paid out in bonuses, and the company hadn't made any money. It was never agreed by this council or any committee, so bonuses for what? A failure? I don't know. Was there any failure? We don't know. Didn't anybody even question it? It's amazing to me what has gone on, to be honest with you. The office accommodation. They had office accommodation. They could easily have moved into somewhere here. No, we've got to go and pay £4,000 a year. Public money for offices. Why? What happened there? Did nobody question that? Or they just let it happen? On close down, Future Places members appointed solicitors to represent them. Over £40,000. All public money. How did that happen? I could go on and on here, and you don't want to hear from me all night, and a lot of this has come out. Yes, it has. But I don't think all of it has. And this doesn't need to be a witch hunt. It shouldn't be a witch hunt. And I don't want to get into fraud or corruption. We need answers to questions. I don't want them all answered now, tonight. It's impossible. And there's more questions. And this is what an investigation will do, and even more. And we can't sweep this under the carpet. We just can't. Which is what, in my personal opinion, some officers and councillors here seem to want to do. I just don't get it. This council must understand what has happened and ensure these sort of mistakes are not repeated in the future. And also, really important, the public must see that we are actually looking into what I believe is a very serious issue with hundreds of unanswered questions. There just are. Now, funding for the investigation. Okay, we haven't got any money. But we seem to be able to allow millions to be wasted, but we haven't got any money for an investigation. Well, I could come up with a suggestion for it. You won't like it, but, I'll just throw it on the table. We're doing a ward fund scheme at the moment, aren't we? Fine. And I know quite a few people have spent money, but some haven't, because the criteria for it is really strict. And a lot of organisations can't even meet the criteria. And certainly in my ward, out of 8,000, we got 6,000 left because nobody applied. And I think this is what has happened quite a lot across the council, to be honest with you. So there's quite a lot of money there in this financial year that's going to be left over. It could, I believe, potentially be reallocated. I don't know if that's possible. It's just a suggestion. I just say we can't afford not to do this. It's in the public interest, and I don't see why it should cost such a lot of money. Like I say, six-figure sums. Where the hell's that come from? They do investigations at standards all the time for thousands of pounds, not hundreds of thousands of pounds. And I don't see why, as well, those who voted for an investigation, and it wasn't unanimous, would now want to do a U-turn. What happened? What happened? Is this some sort of political decision that everybody's had a chat beforehand and, oh, we're not going to do that? I don't know. Public confidence is low still, after much effort, but it's still low in this council. I believe an external investigation will be money very well spent to restore some more reputation to this council. The outcome. Let's get some answers to the questions. Let's find out what happened, one way or the other. It might actually be fine. It's not as bad as everybody says. I don't know if anybody read the comments that were from the newspaper article. Hold on, 40 or 50 comments. It was quite horrendous what was there. You know, yeah, well, you can laugh, but this is what a lot of people think. And this is the point of Audit and Governance Committee, to scrutinise governance, risk and finance. And I believe if we don't vote to proceed in this investigation, then basically, for me, this committee is just not fit for purpose. What are we doing here? And if we're going to take this vote, I'd like my vote recorded, please. I will leave it at that because I've probably said enough now. But that is, I do feel quite strongly about this, as you probably gather. Thank you.
Okay, next indicating was Lindy Van Vuren, and then Councillor Mike Cox. I think you wanted to comment on, your name's been mentioned a couple of times. Lindy?
Thank you, Chair. I want to apologise for my camera not working. Just a couple of points from my side. Everybody is talking about an external investigation. And a few times internal audit has been mentioned. So I don't understand, just help me understand why this committee does not see internal audit as external. I know they are part and they are on the council payroll, but in terms of the standards, they should be completely independent. There should be measures in place that makes them independent and objective in their reporting. They should not be seen at all. There should be no perceived idea that they are not independent and actually external. So I don't know why internal audit can't do what's been asked. This committee can write the scope of procedures that they want to see investigated, and then internal audit can do the investigation, except if this committee does not have the confidence in internal audit to do such an investigation. The other thing on the police investigation, I've just got the information of what I've read in all the reports, but I do believe that the police will only look and further investigate an issue if there is a proper investigation done. I don't believe they would do an investigation on the hearsay report. So I don't know the credibility of the information that was sent through to the police. And I do believe that they've put the investigation on hold due to, it said in one of the documents that council is now going to do an investigation, and that's why they put the investigation on hold. Then in terms of the fraud, in terms of the fraud guidance on fraud and corruption, it is simply any deception on personal gain, usually financial gain, and bribery and corruption is usually where corrupt individuals seek advantage for themselves through actions such as bribery and favoritism and the award of public contracts. And that has been stated a couple of times that some of the individuals have been doing that for their own companies and own properties. So it does look that there is a valid point of bribery and corruption and fraud involved here. And when it's gross negligence, directors of a company can be held personally liable for such gross negligence. And gross negligence can be when there was fraud or bribery and corruption. So it can be something actually serious, and these directors can be held accountable to repay this money if that is found that they were indeed gross negligence. And then the last comment was maybe just from my side, something to consider by the committee. Maybe internal audit can do the review on all the non-fraud issues where the truth needs to be revealed for governance issues, etc. But that the committee then approve a limited procedure or limited scope audit to a complete external audit firm, but the scope is limited. In that sense, we can then minimize the cost to be paid to an outside company, and maybe this committee can then say these are the 3 points that's the most serious, that needs the most independent view or investigation, and just these few points need to be paid for, and in that way we can limit the bill significantly. I think I've covered my points. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cox and then Councillor Beasley. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to say something slightly controversial. I agree with Councillor Broadhead and I agree with Councillor Phipps. I said, there's nothing you said that I don't disagree with. That you clearly consistently said you want an investigation, an independent investigation. So do I. I want that as well. But it's whether you spend hundreds. Sometimes it could be hundreds of thousands of pounds. And I'm sorry, Margaret, I know what accountants and solicitors do charge for these sort of things. That would cost a fortune. And I think there's a perfectly good value for money alternative within the council. We've got 2 exceptional, in my opinion, independent members on this committee. Councillor Bartlett would be acceptable to me as an independent person to look at these investigations. So we're not, and Councillor Phipps, you have said a few times that we're doing that. There's going to be a U-turn. There's not a U-turn. We still, personally, if you listen to what I said, I want an investigation into what went wrong, not just what went wrong in setting it up and managing it, but if there was any mistakes made in closing it down, then I want to know what they are, and I would expect this committee to know what they are. So please don't misrepresent, and add to the misinformation that's going out around there, because it's not fair, frankly. But I'm not telling this committee what to do. It can do whatever it wants. But I'm just trying to tell you what the reality of the situation is. There is no open checkbook for any external investigation, which frankly, this is what you're going to be, which I was afraid that you might be going for. And that was the whole point of my statement, was to try and limit that. As I said, you got 2 exceptional independent members on this committee, if they were given the right direction and guarantees and indemnities, etc., who could do a really good independent report for this council at a fraction of the cost, which could be worked into current budgets that we've already got. But there's no, this is just my opinion. I've not spoken to my cabinet colleagues about this. So, if you want to go ahead and recommend an open checkbook investigation, then you go ahead and maybe the rest of them will overrule me. But, I'm just trying to tell you what my view is. I think, that what is being proposed is not practical. There is an awful lot that we already know. There is an awful lot that that officers have put very detailed comments through, and we can do this ourselves through independent members of this committee, and maybe include Councillor Bartlett within that as well. I just those are just my views. That's me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Beasley, you've been very patient. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, it's been an interesting debate, and it's particularly interesting how we've moved from the position that we held at the previous Audit and Governance Committee to the one that has been promoted today. The way this has been set this evening has me concerned, to be honest, Chairman, because we started with all the reasons from people not as members of the committee as to why we couldn't do it, or why it was going to cost too much money, or why what we previously decided was going to change. And I remember specifically what people have said at those previous two meetings when we've discussed this. And Councillor Phipps is absolutely right. This is not where we expected to be at the stage of the last meeting, when we agreed unanimously that we would be looking for an investigation into future places. No question about that. We all remember that's what happened. And yet tonight we have moved on from there, saying, well, we can all predict what the outcome's going to be anyway, and it will be something that the Cabinet won't actually support financially. I pray see that. I don't want to offend anybody, but that's broadly where we've got to. And of course, this was all trailed in the media last week, because that's apparently how this council now operates. That was very disappointing, Chairman. Very disappointing indeed. I was expecting... So I'll wait for the officers to continue their conversation and then I'll come back. Well, a shrug of the shoulders, Chief Executive. This is a very, very important issue, and as Councillor Bartlett has said, it involves very considerable amounts of public money, which need to be properly investigated. And this was trailed in the media as to what the cost was going to be and how the difficulties that were going to present themselves tonight would be taken by the committee. We're here primarily as Audit and Governance Committee to look at these issues, to represent the public interest, because if we don't do it, I question who else is going to do it, to make sure there's been proper accountability. And as Councillor Bartlett said, truth matters. I've heard all sorts of inferences mentioned this evening. All sorts of things have been said without the need to support them by evidence other than circumstantially. And I don't blame anybody for doing that, but that is the problem if we don't have a proper investigation, which is what we'd asked for. We will continue with innuendo and with people accepting as fact, if it suits them, what they've heard about in the public domain. And that's really not good enough, particularly given the amount of money we are talking about. I supported the investigation from the very start, and indeed I wrote to all members of the committee, including the independent members and the officers that I was advised should be included in there. So there was the Chief Executive, the Chief Financial Officer, the Monitoring Officer and the Head of Internal Audit. And I wrote to all of you last Saturday setting out just a starter, if you like, around the scoping of this. I've had no responses, so I didn't know whether what I'd said was completely unacceptable or whether everybody agreed with it. No idea whatsoever. But what I will do, Chairman, just for transparency, and we're always being reminded that this council is open and it is transparent. I will just read out a little bit of what I said in there.
I've just checked my delete box. I haven't got an email from you, John, so maybe something went wrong.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry if it has. I'm sorry if you haven't received it. I'm not technically the most agile.
Councillor Beasley, what happened is somebody forwarded it on to me. I think Councillor Cox, but the email grouping that you used didn't contain my name and many other names, so it didn't arrive in people's inbox. So it's not as if we didn't reply to you, we didn't see it.
Well, Chairman, that's simply not good enough either, because I used the Audit and Governance Committee grouping, which is on the council's, well, it's here. It's no good people shaking their heads. It's here at the top of the email. I've got it in front of me. And if the system isn't
Chief
working,
Executive, you
we stand
wanted
very
to
little chance of being
comment?
successful, Chairman.
Just to clarify, and I confirmed this morning, the email group that Councillor Beasley used was not the audit committee. It was an old subcommittee grouping. It comprised of Councillor Filer, Councillor Cox, Councillor Howell and Councillor Phipps and Councillor Beasley. It didn't include the audit committee, so I think it was just the wrong drop-down menu that was used.
Well, Chairman, I don't accept that, because what it says here, I've got it in front of me, it says Audit and Governance Committee. That's the grouping.
Sorry, I've only just found that out.
Well, somebody in IT needs to see to that, because I look upon that as being very undermining. Put a lot of time into this. It's really not good enough. If we can't manage something as simple as that, what hope is there, frankly? So I will happily forward it out if that's what I have to do. Perhaps. So I'll read out the relevant parts if I may. I won't read all of it because it's quite lengthy. So at the Audit and Governance Committee on the 28th of November, I said that I believe that the specific scoping of the investigation would be critical to ensuring its ability to properly serve the public interest. The scope should therefore be made as wide as possible, including taking any witnesses from outside the council and ensuring the scrutiny of both council officer and company officer emails, WhatsApp and other message devices. Full disclosure of key documents and all other relevant material will be crucial in ensuring that statements made by officers, both from the company and the council, can be properly corroborated and witness statements held up to proper scrutiny. It will also be important that the council agrees not to bring satellite litigation against external witnesses in order that they can speak freely to the investigation. I think we are agreed that the full committee will be involved in the scoping of the investigation and that all officers will follow the spirit and intent that has been set by members, without influencing the scope from that decided by the committee. Members should be involved and consulted at every stage if the investigation is seen to be impartial and transparent. In terms of the conduct of the investigation itself, it must be seen by the public to be fully scoped and to be both impartial and transparent. It will need to be chaired by a suitably experienced person appointed by the council and agreed in advance by the committee, and who is accepted to be completely independent of the council. Otherwise, the investigation will not be considered to be credible, nor its conclusions to be reliable and objective to its purpose. And I think, in summary, Chairman, that is exactly what Councillor Phipps and others have been saying from the very start. I wanted to encapsulate that in a document because I have concerns about all sorts of issues contained within what may become an investigation. At the moment, I'm not hearing that it will be an investigation, and that troubles me greatly. I think it's unsatisfactory to expect the two independent members to take this on. It will involve a considerable amount of work, not just in preparation, but in terms of the sort of things that they should be looking at, which I have outlined. If we don't do those things, let's be open about it, and let's say we're not going to do them, because it won't be an investigation if we don't do them. And if that's what this committee decides, or if that's what the Cabinet decides cannot be financed, so be it. But I can't stay in a situation where forever aspersions are being cast around by all sorts of people about future places, which may or may not have any essence in truth. I don't know. I wasn't part of the previous administration. I was chairing this committee, and as such, I'm sorry, it's very difficult with Councillor Cox on the screen writ large behind you, Chairman, suggesting I was. I wasn't a member of the administration, as he well knows. I was a councillor, and my group was the administration, but I was not a member of that administration. I was chairing audit and governance. It's no good Councillor Cox shaking his head and pretending it was otherwise. He knows jolly well that is the case. So I come at this, Chairman, wanting to see this investigation. I want it because it is important that we establish what actually happened, who did what, when and how. It's also important, as has been raised by others, that we don't just look at what happened during the build-up and the life of future places, but also the process adopted in terms of closing it down. And we have complete transparency over how the costs were allocated and what other costs have been met by the council as a result of that. I think we need to do that. As I've said, Chairman, if that is not the wish of this committee and that we've changed our minds since the last meeting, then so be it. But like Councillor Phipps, I will have my name recorded as being against doing anything other than what we previously agreed.
Thank you for that. Councillor Armstrong, yes, you'll be last because obviously you made the proposal originally, so you could sum up briefly.
No, I will be brief. Thank you. I think residents need to know the truth, basically. And I think if we do not have an independent inquiry, which is what we said that we would do, then I would really question whether this committee is fit for purpose and whether it's capable of providing that reassurance to our residents. We can't keep increasing council tax and expecting residents to pay more when we will let the squandering of funds like multi-million pounds go without properly looking into. So I'll call upon you all to support an independent inquiry and to do like we said that we would do.
Thank you for that. Exactly as you indicated, if this recommendation goes through, and no decision has been made so far, because we haven't voted, the committee hasn't decided what. Presumably, the recommendation could go to Cabinet, but it will actually, I would have thought, need some assistance from the offices in terms of the cost for an external investigation. And over to you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one very quick bit of clarification, just to confirm regarding Councillor Beasley's comment about the press. This article that was in the Echo last week was taken entirely from the published report. No officer that I'm aware of has spoken to any reporter from the Echo about this matter. So I believe all the quotes in there are all directly taken from or inferred from the report. Ms Berry can speak for herself, but I don't believe any officer has spoken to the press about this. So this has entirely been taken out of the published report because the reports are in the public domain as soon as they're published. And in terms of the scoping and the resource requirement, my suggestion would be either you use the council's monitoring officer to work that up, or the head of internal audit. They would both be capable of doing that, and I hope would be seen by members to be independent. So I would offer the two of them to you to decide who you would want to work with to draw that up if we got to that stage.
I'll answer that question on the basis if it goes to the next Cabinet meeting and there's no indication of some budget request, then it wastes time, because they'll say, well, where's the figure? Where is this six-figure figure? Where is this five-figure figure? Sam Acton, then we'll go to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Question, Nigel. Lindy mentioned about audit and governance are meant to have provisions in place, system structures in place, in order to be able to operate independently. Can you just clarify what that is and if that is actually possible with this particular subject matter, please?
Lindy's absolutely correct. Internal audit is meant to be independent, in its view. Free from fear and favour of senior officers or anything like that, and I believe I have that in this council. However, I can't speak for the committee on why the perception is internal audit weren't suitable to do the investigation, frankly, because there must be some view that internal audit isn't that, but I can't speak for the committee how they've come up with that.
Councillor Beasley, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I do, Chairman, because I'm really upset that my email hasn't gone. And I've just gone back into address book. There is no choice. It says audit and governance. That's what it says. That's the one I've pressed. And we're talking about something that is years out of date. I don't know. So I don't know how I communicate with the rest of the committee, including the two independent members. Presumably the officers got it because I had to name those because I discussed with Mr. Stannard in advance how I should go about it. But I've followed it to the letter. And it's very clear in here, because I was just about to send it off again. And I thought, I'll do what has been suggested. I'll do what most people wouldn't do. I'll go into it to see who's in it. And it's right. People like Councillor Anne Filer and lots of other people in there. But if that's the state of our technology, there's something that needs to be done and done urgently, Chairman. I will send it out, but I think I'll have to do it by people by name, because that's the only way I can think of doing it.
Okay. Anybody? Councillor
Just point of clarification. I've now found it came from the chair to me and a couple of other councillors, I think, because it was spotted as such. So just for a point of clarity and openness, I think you did send it on chair, but I must admit I didn't read it because it came from the chair. So if it come from you, Councillor Beasley, I might have opened it.
Thank you, I'm gratified.
Okay, it was some time since the proposal was made. Can you just read it out, provided it's not that long, and so we're clear what we're voting on?
So it's recommended to Cabinet that Audit and Governance Committee propose an independent investigation. This would involve identifying and appointing an independent person to lead the work and report to the committee at a date to be identified.
Sorry.
Can I just ask a question? That if we, I'm not 100% sure I understood, but we're supposed to be independent then. Do we need to send it? It has got to go to Cabinet, I presume, have we? But we've already heard. I'm a bit concerned that we've already heard Cabinet's not going to approve it. It's really very worrying, I'm afraid. What is the point? You know, I want an independent investigation. I want this to go forward. We are supposed to be the Audit and Governance Committee that can do this sort of thing, but we've already been told that we're not getting any money. So what are we doing here? I'm very confused at the moment. I'm sorry about this.
I'm sorry, Marcus, to jump in. Mine was the same question. What is actually going to happen next? What is the process?
Well, the monitoring officer has said in her report that there is no budget of any major substance that Audit and Governance has for engaging external advisors. Their budget is to use internal audit for their assistance. So, monitoring officer.
Chair, if I may clarify, I'm going to use the words that are in my report. A business case does need to be presented to Cabinet to request the funding, but the business case would need to set out what the scope of the work proposed is, i.e. the extent of what do you want to look at. So if I go back to my report, some of the issues are highlighted at paragraph 12. What are the questions that you want to ask? Because whilst Councillor Cox has given that view, there are a number of other Cabinet members, and in order to make an informed decision about the allocation of funds, because the funds would have to be, and forgive me, but Adam can do this explain this much better than I can, because there is no allocated funding to this committee. Funds have to be taken from another budget, providing provision of another service, and you referenced ward funding, for example, and Cabinet needs to be in an informed position as to if that transfer of money is from ward funding, for example, which is directly beneficial to residents and spent on this. They need to understand the scope of what it is that you want to investigate. So whilst you may vote for an investigation, we still need to identify and come up with the boundaries of what is that investigation, and what type of person is it that's going to lead that investigation. Is it a lawyer? Is it an accountant? Is it another profession? Is it a business director? I don't know. And some of the issues looking into this at paragraph 12 in my report do need to be then discussed by the committee, because we can't just have an investigation, because it needs a start, a middle and an end, and you need some proposed outcomes. We need some issues around, do you want witnesses or not? That's a different cost bracket if you start engaging witnesses, because then you're into appointing separate legal representation for proposed witnesses. And I think we had this debate at the last meeting, which is why it could be an extreme high level of cost when you start looking at witnesses, legal representation, conflicts to be looked at. For example, in my service, BCP Council's legal services may be conflicted from providing evidence. So the investigating chair may need their own separate legal representation, which would have to be funded by BCP Council. And it's all of these issues that the Cabinet needs to be made aware of to make an informed decision about removing budget from one budget line to another, because wherever you take it from, because we don't have any surplus money, will impact residents in some way, shape or form and be redirected. And I'm sure Adam can do a better financial explanation than I can, Chair.
Okay, your question again.
Just like to say, there's 100 questions. You can't put them down just like that, and we certainly couldn't do anything like that tonight. So it needs to be an overarching scoping in a way. So we potentially the governance of future places, but to include or something like that, the formation, operation, risk evaluation, finance, and accountability. How would that do? That you have an overarching scoping of that type of thing that you could then take to Cabinet to see if they could allocate some funding and what the ceiling perhaps of that funding would be. We can't just sit here tonight with 100 questions or whatever and say, we want to ask this, we want to ask that, we want to do this, we want to do that. And it's just crazy. I just don't see how we can do this. We're being, in a way, basically what I'm seeing is you're telling us in a way, well, we can't do it and we should be able to do it.
Chair, if I may, I understood from the outcomes of the last meeting that the purpose of this evening's meeting was that I provide an objective and independent report on the information that is publicly available on future places to facilitate the committee having a scoping discussion this evening. And I understood I was coming to this meeting to hear a debate around the scoping of the investigation that you wish to proceed with. However, as the Chief Legal Officer and as the Monitoring Officer, I do have to advise you that you don't have an allocated pot of money, and therefore the request does have to go to Cabinet because Cabinet has a responsibility to direct the funds. I also am in a position where I have to give appropriate advice to the members of the Cabinet when reallocating funds, that they're doing so in a proper manner, that they're doing so with value for money, and that they are also taking into careful consideration the taxpayer and their money and the rights of delivery of services to residents of this council. And that's why I'm saying that a business case has to be provided, because Cabinet has to make an informed decision, or else the concerns transfer from this committee to the Cabinet about have you allocated appropriately, bearing in mind value for money, bearing in mind the fiduciary duty to the taxpayer of allocating money towards this as opposed to children's services, social care, housing, and the list is quite endless of demand for need. Councillor Trent referenced that he has a list as well. So I do have to give the appropriate advice to Cabinet as well as the Monitoring Officer around that. That is my statutory duty, and I am objective, I am independent as well. I'm statutorily required to be independent and provide that advice regardless. If you choose not to accept it, that is the decision of the committee, it's the decision of Cabinet, but I am required by law to provide the appropriate advice.
Okay, Vice Chairman, then we'll perhaps proceed to a vote.
Yeah, I think we're going round in circles a little bit here. I thought the reason for my comments was that I thought it was clear that we now understand we don't have a budget allocated to us for this, right? And we might want one, but we don't have one for this financial year. We might ask in future years for an allocation in the budget to be allocated to internal to A&G, but we don't have one right now. So we have to make a business case to Cabinet. I thought that was understood going into this discussion. Now, I think that we have internal audit at our disposal. Unlike other that is a resource that we do have. It's still an investigation as far as I'm concerned if we use internal audit. It's still an investigation as far as I'm concerned if councillors, I'm happy to myself to be involved in that, if independent members, that is still an investigation. I've mentioned I'd like the Constitutional Review Working Group to be focusing on this. I mentioned that I think if the new CEO coming in could look at this. I do not take kindly to the insinuation that I am no longer supportive of investigating this. I've been very, very clear from the outset that we need to look into this, get to the bottom of it, draw a line under it. But I don't see why that needs to be, it's paying a lawyer to tell me what I already know. And I do not want to be spending ward improvement fund money that my ward really, really needs, again, to be getting extensive investigation briefings from someone to tell me Future Places is an entity that was like, I don't need all of this. We need people who are close to it and who can actually do an investigation that gets to the heart of the matter quickly. So it's not that we're not doing an investigation. We did not vote for an external investigation. I wouldn't have done so because I knew how expensive it is. I have experience of what these investigations can be like. They can be extremely expensive, and there is no guarantee they will give us anything that we want to learn at the end of it. So it may be described as a whitewash, but that will not be correct. It is not sweeping it under the rug. We just need to do the work ourselves. And to be frank, I put a lot of work in already into reading through all these papers. I'm very grateful for you putting them all in one place. And we as councillors can do the investigation by reading in detail, putting in the work and working out, let's be specific at what we want to learn more about. Now, in my comments, that's why I focused on why I think we need to be focused on the governance and the policies in process and our constitution. That is, for me, the area that I think my residents might benefit from changes to. I don't think my residents are going to benefit at all from being told on this date this person sent an email to this. That's not helpful. So I think that we're going around in circles. We don't have a budget. We know this. We'll put a business case to cabinet. They'll say there isn't any money for it. And then what? So I think we should think about what we can do instead with the resources that we do have. And that does not mean that it is not robust, and that does not mean it's not doing anything, and it does not mean it's sweeping it under the rug. We just need to do the work ourselves.
Okay, can we have a vote on this? So all those in favour of the proposal to effectively refer it to cabinet so funding can be obtained for a full external investigation. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4.
All those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So that proposal is lost. Do we have another proposal, Councillor Tarling?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge certainly the sentiments made before, and yeah, absolutely. I don't think anybody's actually disagreeing with what's been said here. But again, Councillor Connolly, you've made a fantastic summing up there. So I would propose 10B now, which is that we do. Is it 10B? Sorry. Yeah. That we appoint an independent person. Now, I appreciate that our two independent members here. So instead of that we appoint to carry out. Actually, no, it's not 10B. What am I talking about? No, it was what was suggested before that we effectively, it was Councillor Connolly has said that we ask that a panel is put together, and there's been some names mentioned already, and I appreciate it would need acceptance by those members, 3 members that have been named previously, to oversee the work of our internal audit team to undertake an investigation.
I think Councillor Cox was suggesting a working party of comprising principally the 2 independent members of this committee.
And mentioned also.
And he suggested possibly Councillor Bartlett, but obviously Councillor Bartlett, I don't know whether he would be interested in serving on that.
Thinking about it, obviously.
Working party. Yeah, so that was, so can you read out your so you were proposing a working party which would be set up by A&G?
Chair, I think you've just put the words in my mouth, but yes, what you've just said. Sorry, it didn't form out very well because I thought it was item B, but it's actually slightly different, which is that we appoint a working party, as you said, headed up by our 2 independent members and potentially another But again, I appreciate it requires the acceptance of them to carry out an investigation. I'm not going to name them, sorry.
Councillor Cox did mention Councillor Bartlett's possible name to be the third member of this working party on the basis that being an unaligned member of the council.
Chair, can I just intervene? Councillor Bartlett is not our only independent councillor on BCP Council, and I think it's quite unfair to presume that Councillor Bartlett, who I think currently is sat here as a member of the public for this particular agenda item, to presume that he will participate in something. And I think Councillor Bartlett needs to be formally asked by Audit Committee as part of the recommendation of whether he wishes to be involved in this, and we'd need to offer that out to other independent councillors as well. So I'm just conscious that I can't kind of justify why Councillor Bartlett would be picked off, sorry for the language, Councillor Bartlett, as opposed to our other councillors, other independent councillors, just because he's in the room.
Okay, so based with that advice, the third member will be an unaligned councillor, which possibly could be Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartlett, you may need to come to the table.
Thank you, Chair. I just wish to point out that I'm not here as a member of the public. I'm here as a councillor who's exercising a request under the Constitution to address the committee, subject to the Chair's agreement. Thank you.
So, but based on the monitoring officer's advice, an unaligned member, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are 2 or 3 underlined, 2. They could both be invited to be that third member of that working party. I've got Lindy indicating to speak. So Lindy, you're first. You put your hand, well, electronic hand up first.
Chair, whilst I'm flattered being afforded the opportunity to look at this, I want to respectfully decline my availability to serve on this committee.
Okay, we've heard that. We actually haven't got a seconder yet for your proposal.
Is there one?
Before
we start debating it, do you want to check?
And you've heard that one of the potential participants will not take up that offer of the job.
Yeah, then Chair, I'll withdraw the motion because it doesn't seem like it'll go anywhere with as currently as I've put down.
Okay, that's fair. Vice Chairman?
Can I propose that internal audit, at least so we're getting on with something, internal audit does a piece of work looking into whether the council-owned company shareholder governance review that we did last year goes sufficiently far in addressing the lessons learned from it. I think that's something that we could at least be getting on with in the meantime.
Apologies, Councillor Broadhead. I let Councillor Collins go first. You indicated before. Okay.
I was just going to say I don't know as I'm 100% happy with that, because it's a bit like council marking its own homework in a way. So I'm just a little concerned. That's all. I'm not,
Internal audit did a very good job on the restaurant on the beach, didn't it? Aspect. So internal audit is jolly good.
Is there a second of Councillor Connolly's
So Councillor Connolly's made a proposal. Is anybody willing? Sorry, Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Like Councillor Phipps, I won't be able to support this motion. I'll be abstaining for privilege. Actually, I almost use exact same words. My issue is less that it's a whitewash or marking our own homework, because I know, like many on this committee, that our internal audit function is really good, and I don't think anybody on this committee would accept otherwise. I'm sure that wasn't Councillor Phipps' intention. I think what her intention and my worry is that it's how it looks, and the reason that I was so vehement earlier on around the fact that this had to be an external process is that I think it's what the public would expect, and Chairman, you referenced the very good piece of work that Internal Audit did on the Bayside restaurant development last year, which was a really good piece of work. And again, somebody that was around at the time, I reflected and agreed with many of the things that were in there. But the outcome of that was that it basically, I'm paraphrasing here, said there were some processes internally that weren't followed correctly, and we need to learn from that. But actually, the politicians did nothing wrong, and I don't think many people believe that because the council had done it themselves. So actually it gave a bit of a clean bill of health essentially to the politicians, but then people didn't believe it because the council had said it themselves. And that's the benefit of having somebody external do these things, is that it gives you a much more credible a point of view to sell back to the public, and this has clearly got lots of public interest. I have a very, very personal stake in wanting some clarity on all of this, a definitive slam it on the desk. That's what really happened, for a whole host of reasons, notwithstanding some stuff that I know that went on that I think an investigation should be looking at, that many of this committee are not aware of, which might well open your eyes. So for that reason, I just don't think an internal audit investigation is enough, and I'll be abstaining.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Connolly's proposal? Councillor Tarling says.
Yeah, Councillor Connolly again says it a lot better than I do, so I'm happy to second her motion.
Time is moving on. Could you please read out what's being proposed and seconded?
So I have that the committee are requesting that the internal audit undertake a review of the new shareholder governance arrangements to check if they go sufficiently far in addressing the lessons learnt from Future Places Limited.
Okay, any debate on that? Councillor Waite?
I think that because we've various councils, we've not really got what we wanted, and I just think that we've ended up on this just to be okay, let's finish up this discussion and go somewhere. And obviously because we've been talking about it for 2 hours already, we're all a bit fed up of the subject. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, like coming back to it again at like another committee, but I really think that in between the committee we perhaps need to have a bit more of a think about it, what we actually want to do as a next step, because this just feels a bit of an imperfect sort of compromise to get something through.
Can I, from the chair, ask Mr. Stannard that if this proposition goes through with a majority, some abstentions, whether at our next meeting, which is on the 29th of May, you can provide us with the report as to how you would be going about this job. Can you give us some guidance here if we do agree to pass it over to you, internal audit, to do some work reference Future Places? Can we have a report at the next meeting?
I think, using Councillor Connolly's words, I don't want to waste my time telling you what you think you already know either, as well as an external entity, and I'm not clear what you want. You know, obviously I've heard those words about insufficiency of the have we gone far enough in what we've done already. I hear those words, but I can't really practically think on the hoof now what that might look like, frankly. You know, it doesn't feel like I'm addressing some of the issues that I've heard tonight around rents and etc. etc. So I'm not sure, as it stands right here, what I can do without speaking to lots of you in between now and the next committee. Yeah. Sorry if I've not articulated that very well.
No, and I think that that's fair. If it's helpful, I'd be happy to take this on at the Constitution Review Working Group to talk a little bit further about being more precise in what we think needs looking at, and bring that back to A&G. That might help give a little bit of clarity on what we think internal audit might be useful for.
Can you clarify what you actually want?
Well, at this stage, I'm just making the offer to A&G that if instead of you wanting to refer this question at this stage to internal audit, which is the main tool we have resource at our disposal for this, if you don't want to go ahead with that now, then we could take this up at the subcommittee, which anybody is welcome to come to, and we can have an item there to talk about what we've already done and what do we think we might need to do more out there. That's something we could put on the agenda already.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, because I think that Nigel does deserve a bit of a better brief. We as a committee have not given you that. We've stayed for 2 hours and 15 minutes and not really got anywhere, have we? Which is so I would like and come back to all of us so that we were all sort of cited on it. But yeah, I think we need to give you a better brief, and I think that's a good way to go about it.
Councillor Beasley.
Well, thank you, Chairman. We are in danger, of course, of creating a compromise with which nobody is going to be happy, and that's the worst possible outcome if we're trying to recognise the public interest. As far as I'm concerned, I have tried my best, I think, to explain why I don't think the other processes are likely to work. I certainly understand what Councillor Connolly is trying to do, what she's saying, and I know that she's doing it for the very best of intentions, but it's going to be a poor compromise at best, I fear. I'm grateful to Mr. Stannard for being so frank, because he's in fact being passed an impossible task as it stands at the moment, and whether that can be worked out better as we go along, I don't know. But again, it comes back, I think, Chairman, to the scoping, and that's why I was so clear in my email, which happily I've now mastered the technology and I've addressed everybody by name rather than the grouping. So you will all have that, but it really is important that scoping is understood and is precise, because if it isn't, then it won't be central to what is being looked at, whether it's internal audit or anybody else. And I just think that what I've put in there isn't exhaustive, and others may have input, I'm sure, in how to refine that better. But it tried to indicate, actually, that to get to the heart of all of this, it does require a scope that is wide and deep. And it does require it to have authority to get that information, because a lot of this is from people who may not any longer be working for Future Places or anything to do with the council, and therefore to corral all of that information is going to be difficult and time consuming, I've no doubt. But without that information, what exactly are we investigating? So I'm saying this from the point of view of trying to be helpful to the process, but I've found this whole debate extremely frustrating, as may have become apparent earlier on. Really, really frustrating. And I'm used to the frustrations of local government because I've been doing it for a very long time. But this, I have to say, Chairman, is something that perhaps is going to defeat even my endurance for patience.
Okay, well, we've got a proposal on the table which is being seconded to ask internal audit to carry out an internal investigation.
Maybe let's withdraw that one.
So you would.
Sorry, I think from the discussion, I think we will postpone that, and we will instead have it as an item for discussion at the Constitution Review Working Group as to whether or not we can be more precise in the ask at the next opportunity to discuss A&G.
Chair,
So I don't think that actually
seconding
needs
that.
a motion. I don't think it actually needs a motion. It can just put on the agenda at our next meeting to let's talk about this.
Chair, I just
Monitoring officer.
wanted to clarify. Not massively knowledgeable, but I'm not quite sure that's the purpose of that Constitution Review Steering Group.
Chair, Jill is correct. This does fall outside. I applaud you for attempting to find a solution at this late hour. However, this would fall out of the remit of the Constitution Working Group. I'm also concerned that the independent members are not a member of the Constitution Working Group. Some councillors here I don't think are. I think it's a selection of the committee that are on the Constitution Working Group, and therefore we'd still be back in the same position of some councillors who have not been members of the Constitution Working Group and the independent persons needing a public opportunity to have their views, because the theme coming from all the meetings is that the scoping exercise is done in the public domain. which I think is Councillor Beasley's continued plea, I think, fair to say, throughout the now 3 meetings. And this evening's purpose was a public debate as to defining the scope. Apologies.
Councillor Tarling.
I don't know why, but I'm going to have another go. I feel Councillor Beasley's pain is I've not been a councillor as long, and yes, it's testing our thresholds here. Many of us. So yeah, I'm going to make a proposal that it is that an investigation is carried out by our internal audit team, and that scope includes investigating the received minutes of future places, decisions made at Cabinet of BCP and other committees, so internal published information, to conduct a review of that information, but to also to pick up Mr. McKinstry's request about emails, but also to request from the IT team that we get any available emails and communications, and to conduct an oversight type view of those communications to see if they support that, but that we limit it to information that is either in the electronic domain on BCP servers or recoverable material from future places, and officers that are currently within BCP, and not to go outside and to go hunting witnesses outside, because that's where the cost and legal counsel comes in, and that we conduct an audit along those lines and a report is produced. And I would suggest it's a sizable piece of work, and it is probably not necessarily to come back to this next committee of audit and governance, but maybe within, I would suggest a reasonable time period would be about 6 months to return a report.
Okay. You got a seconder for that?
I haven't prepared a seconder now.
Councillor Colley?
I actually wrote most of it down, actually, somehow.
Yeah. So
Read it. Let me hear it again. So what I captured was that an investigation be carried out by internal audit, the scope of which to include the received minutes of future places, decisions made at Cabinet and other committees, and with a request that IT retrieve any available emails and communications so that internal audit can conduct an oversight of the communications. These to be limited, I don't know if you wanted me to include all this, these to be limited to information in the electronic domain and or recoverable from BCP future places servers, and only to apply to current officers in BCP, with a report back in 6 months.
Okay, and Councillor Collins second that?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Councillor Broadhead.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I can't support this again for the reasons that I highlighted earlier. It's an internal process which, even with the best team in the world, I don't think will carry the confidence of the outside world. But what's worse is that I think, in an effort to be helpful, what Councillor Connolly has done is really restrict the scope of the investigation. So I mean, I wouldn't particularly like it, but I could at least understand if we agreed to have an internally led investigation with scoping to be decided by the committee, via email or something like that. But to kind of relatively arbitrarily pick about 7 different things, mainly of which focus incidentally on process, which I think we probably established that we'll come back and say, the processes were followed and there's 3 things that weren't followed. I don't think that will get to the bottom of the many concerns that many of us have. So I won't support it, because I don't personally think an internal investigation is good enough. But I would urge committee members to think carefully about whether the options highlighted for that investigation to be looking at are wide enough.
Well, that's, I think it's clearly something for when Mr. Stannard starts on in his investigation. If he feels that he needs to expand the brief, having started his investigation, he can come back to the committee. Councillor Phipps, and then perhaps we can go to a vote.
Yeah, I can't support this. Sorry, it's exactly what I said before. Sorry to be saying, I mean, nothing wrong with the internal audit and everything, but they do a very, very good job across the whole of the council, but it's marking their own homework. And I can't support this. It's just not right. We should be doing something independently in some way or another. And this is just restricting it down now and coming back in 6 months. My goodness. I was hoping we would get something. We've got, is it the 29th of May or whatever date it is? There's a spare date sitting there. And if we wanted to, I mean, we've been at this so long tonight. If we wanted to really come back to this in some way, we could say, right, we'll just have that meeting and we will actually nail this as to what the hell we're going to do. And whether in the meantime we could actually put a general request into Cabinet as to whether they would be amenable to allocating some funding if we were to come up, with something. What you're proposing at the moment to me is just a cop-out.
This is passed, we'll go on to our forward plan, and at our meeting on the 29th of May, we can have an update. Councillor.
Chair, the issue around the specific wording, it would have to include current and former officers, because a number of officers have now left the organisation who were directly involved in working with Future Places. On the balance of fairness and rules of natural justice, it would probably have to be open up to sub-councillors who were involved with Future Places, and that could be those who were directors, that could be those members of, I don't know, other members of current BCP councillors. So in rules of natural justice and fairness, it would have to be more. I also have to advise that there cannot be a global fishing expedition of emails per se. That is not legally compliant. There has to be specific issues that you want to search for when you're searching for an inbox, because every member of staff has is owed a duty of care, has the right to their own human rights and freedoms, and whilst it's our property, we are not allowed by law to do a global fishing expedition. It has to be a search on clear parameters and terms or phrases to be done.
So that can that be incorporated within your proposal?
I was going to say yes all the way through, certainly to expand it. But if I take on Ms Berry's first comments about as soon as you start involving other people, the right to legal counsel and stuff like this starts coming into play. And I'm wondering if the wider we make it, we have to also, it's like digging a ditch, you're sort of digging it deeper, but you're digging it wider, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And we end up with this full independent inquiry that some councillors are asking for, and we start off picking at a scab, isn't it? We just end up our legs and arms falling off, and yeah.
Councillor Collins, a second, then perhaps we can take a vote on it. I'm at a loss. I'm at a complete loss to know. Sorry. Councillor Connolly.
I think that if you want to kill off an investigation happening, then the best thing to do is try to increase the scope of it and make it more and more complicated and say that you need this and you need that. And that is the best way to kill it off, because we will just never do anything. Because as we know, we don't have the budget, and internal audit doesn't have unlimited resource either. So while in an ideal world, you'd have a huge scope and very detailed review, and everybody gets the legal support they need, that's going to stop us from doing anything. So I think I'm supportive of this, because we're getting some report on some of the detail that has happened, enough for us to be able to ask the questions that you've raised. So Councillor Phipps, you've asked a number of really good questions. Let's have a report, and then we can ask internal audit based on what they've seen, what do they think is the problem here, and then we can always do further work after that if needed. So obviously it's going to be a limit on what they're able to do, but it will allow us to ask some of the questions that you had, and then we can go and do further work on the back of that if needed. Just briefly on that, I think that if we're saying that we don't think internal audit are able to do something independently, then that's a really big problem. I'm really unhappy at the idea that just because it's done by internal audit means it's all part of the same. That is just not how it works. It's not how it's supposed to work. And if internal audit is acting against the way it should and is part of the same body as the officers, then we've got much bigger problems, right? So we trust internal audit. We know that they're going to do it properly. So let's get them to do what a reasonable sized piece of work, might not be perfect, a reasonable amount of work. It'll allow us to ask some questions, decide if follow-up work is needed. So I'm supportive of that. And I would just say on the Constitutional Review Working Group, I understand what you were saying. My perspective is that I think an area of focus needs to be on where we need to improve the Constitution with respect to stopping this happening again, which was why I thought that would be a relevant item there. And I think we can still pursue that, but that's to the aside. I think that having this internal audit report will help you answer the questions that you raised.
Okay, are you able to read out the...
Chair, I just wanted to clarify, the monitoring officer made some points regarding the wording of the move, regarding including reference to current and former officers and councillors, and also to request that some more specific wording be provided around searching of emails. I don't know if you want to think about that.
Thank you. I've been trying this way out of my depth here, but taking on board that, can I suggest that regarding the emails part of it, I'm nervous about, as Councillor Connolly says, widening this makes it almost too big a fish to fry effectively. We've only got a tiny barbecue, and this fish is it's like a shark at the moment. We're trying to cook on it, so I'm slightly worried that we won't be able to cook it unless we pick it up into individual pieces. But to take what our monitoring officer has said, that well, I'm good at an analogy. I can't come up with the answer here. I'm vegetarian anyway. But it is perhaps to ask the monitoring office to set the limit on the emails part of it, and I accept the GDPR issues and the right to that. We ask the monitoring officer to set the parameters for an email phishing search, that we actually limit the search to certain things, and that our monitoring officer gives our audit the parameters in which they may operate. And I'm happy that we delegate that.
Okay.
Okay.
That to set the parameters, if the monitoring officer is happy to take that up.
That is really difficult, because that presumes that I understand the scope of the information that you're wishing to seek. All I can do is, if this motion goes forward, that internal audit look at this, is consult with the head of internal audit and then consult with my colleague statutory officers and ascertain if it's appropriate request, if internal audit, for their safeguards as well, approaching this in a fair, transparent manner, they believe it is necessary. So whilst I'm not willing to be the decision maker, I'm willing to consult with the head of internal audit, listen to Nigel's rationale, and also consult with fellow statutory officers, because we do have a huge volume of staff in this organisation, and we need to give assurance that they're trusted in their professional day-to-day, and that this council does not explore councillors or officers' inboxes at all, regardless of any rumours. And that's why I'm so specific. It has to be done based on specific foundations, with specific reasoning, specific wording. It cannot just be, we want to look at Councillor Tarling's inbox, for example. That is not allowed. So I'm willing to listen to the views of the head of internal audit on that. But I don't want to be the final adjudicator on that, because I can't begin to start presuming what it is that you want as the scope and the outcomes of this.
So with that clarification, we've got a proposal, got seconded. Can we?
Sorry. And just to check, that would include current and former officers and councillors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we take a vote on this? Yep.
I will do my very best, Councillor Phipps. So that an investigation is carried out by internal audit, the scope of which to include the received minutes of Future Places Limited, decisions made at Cabinet and other committees, and with a request to IT, can't read my writing, to retrieve any available emails, communications, to allow internal audit to conduct an oversight of those communications. This to be limited to information in the electronic domain, stroke recoverable BCP Future Places servers, and to include current and former officers, stroke councillors, and to delegate to the monitoring officer in consultation with the head of audit and management assurance and other statutory officers to set the parameters of any email searches with a report back in 6 months.
Okay. All those in favour of that proposal, let me indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Any against?
1, 2, 3.
So abstentions? Two abstentions. So that's carried with a majority. Okay. Thank you for that. Does anybody desperately want to come for break? Because we're going for over 2.5 hours. Or can we press on with the next item? I've got people in can we have a 5-minute comfort break? Thank you. So we go off it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving now on to item 7 on the agenda, which is Carter's Quay. At our last meeting, A&G Committee asked for an update on the ongoing work on Carter's Quay. What I need to say to you and remind the committee about the purpose of this report is it's to provide an update on the current situation. And you need to be mindful of the fact that there are ongoing negotiations. And note the committee has already agreed to some form of investigation, but Carter's Quay saga is not at an end. Now, in the restricted part of the agenda pack that members have been sent, there are some documents, and if any of the committee members want to discuss the documents or the figures in Appendix 2, we will need to go into exempt session, and I really don't want to do that. So if you could please not refer to figures in Appendix 2. But can I invite Amina Matin, the Director of Investment and Development, to introduce her report? Over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Evening, everyone. In response to this committee's request for an update for the Corporate Risk Register, the report provided sets out the pre-contract due diligence, the governance process, the post-contract activity, and the current status of the site. Prior to making any investment decision, officers appointed technical and legal advisors to assess the proposal and manage the project as set out in paragraph 11 of the report. In addition, officers followed the Council's governance process at the time as set out in paragraph 6 onwards. There are 2 appendices attached to the report: the chronology of events before and leading up to the current position, and a confidential appendix, as the Chair has mentioned, which is related to the financial summary in paragraph 17. The current status is that despite officers continuing to engage the administrator, FRP has yet to conclude this matter. The Council has appointed and retained specialist insolvency legal advisors since 2024 to resolve this and secure the land. The intention is to update Cabinet at the appropriate time to set out the options available if a negotiated settlement cannot be reached. Given the ongoing litigation potential and the advice that we've received, the update in the report is as much as we can comment on at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Has anybody got any questions or comments on the report or things they need clarified? Not seeing anybody indicating. What I would, to some extent, propose from the chair that, we thank the officer for this report, and our next meeting is not next month, it's not until the 29th of April. And I know being 29th of May, I apologise, Thursday the 29th of May. And I know these matters can take a long time. And I would probably think that we would like, and I'm not suggesting that she perhaps attends the meeting formally, but online, have an update as to the situation for our next meeting, because we are anxious for things to be resolved, but not that anxious for them to be disadvantageous to this council. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for a very detailed report. I'll go back to the previous meeting that we had, and the key assurances we've been given is that there's a charge on the land, that BCP holds a charge on the land. And I think it was possibly the portfolio holder who made mention about taking specialist legal advice regarding the liquidation or the administration. I was very interested to hear that we do retain legal advice, so that wasn't clear at the last meeting. I'm very cautious that we don't step into legally privileged language here, but just would like some confirmation again. I keep asking for it, we keep getting told that we do hold a charge on the property, and that is sound, that we do have that fallback position. I mean, notwithstanding all the other stuff that's going on about, it's money that's sitting there we can't access, and houses that aren't being built and people aren't getting housed, which is absolutely fundamental, but that we have that backstop and it is secure.
Can you respond to that query?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's correct. We do have a charge over the land, and that means that the site can't be sold without that charge being removed, and we're negotiating therefore to secure the land.
Okay, is somebody, Councillor Phipps?
As regards what we actually agreed at the last meeting, don't have the wording in front of me, but it was something about investigating the process, and you put it forward and of something or other, and then to focus on the governance. Was it governance or something of Carter's Key?
I can
could you
paraphrase
just tell us
out
what
the
that was?
resolution. If you've got, bear with me 30 seconds. Resolution was Energy Committee includes on its work plan for 25-26 an investigation into the council's governance and processes around the regeneration projects with focus on Carter's Key development. B, Energy Committee asked for an update on the current ongoing work reference Carter's Key development as part of the corporate risk register report at the next committee on the 20th of March. So that's with the resolution. Basically what I'm saying from my proposal is we have another update at the next meeting.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to say what's happening. It's an update on Carter's Key, but what is going to be happening about that resolution, about the processes as well? Is that coming back to the next meeting as well? Will there be an update on what is happening with that? The whole resolution as such that we made.
I think the concentration of effort is to bring the matter to a conclusion to our satisfaction, and then we can learn more about Carter's Key. I'm looking for guidance.
The report sets out in paragraph 4, as you're correct, that there was a request for this to be on your work plan. Similar, I guess, to the first item that we've just discussed, which is agreeing what the key lines requiring are for any further investigation.
Are you happy for to second my proposal that we note the report and request for an update at our next meeting, Councillor Phipps? Would you second that? That we note the report and a request for an update at our next meeting? Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, go on. I'll second it.
Any debate on the fact that we're going to accept the report or note the report and have a report back at the next meeting? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for assurance that that's actually going to happen. After we've just spent the last 2.5 hours debating another issue with regards to possible investigation, I want assurance, because right now I don't feel very assured that this will happen.
Well, I think we have, the Monitoring Officer will confirm, it now employed at Councillor Cox's recommendation or suggestion, expert legal representation on somebody who does this full time and external assistance. So I can't give you an assurance it's going to be sorted by the time the agenda pack goes out for the next meeting, but I can assure you we will get a report as to where we are.
I just come back because what our previous conversation really illustrated is I would put a question. If I was a resident looking at this, I'd really question what sort of teeth this committee has. We haven't got a budget. So what can we actually undertake an investigation if it was to get to that stage? At the last meeting, and myself, Councillor Phipps, Councillor Beasley, we were concerned about timeframes and about the fact that this was just going to drag on and drag on and drag on. So I just want to be assured that that's not going to happen, and that if we get to a point where we are looking at undertaking a full investigation, that we're not marking our own homework.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, just to answer Councillor Armstrong's, the difference between the two things is that the previous one is a situation that is now effectively closed. We've closed down a company that was under our potential control, or maybe not, as the Best Value Notice said. This is a live situation where a company is still in administration. It's not been resolved, so it's under a certain amount of legal privilege. Discussions have happened, hence we've got restricted reports here. So to do an investigation in the governance when we are still going through the process of resolving this issue for the benefit of our residents is not appropriate. This report is so that we've got a view to know that we are doing the correct things at the moment and monitoring the situation, which is the responsibility of this committee. And that we are recording the information. We have the reports. The reports are an item, a statement of fact now. They're a statement of record. Sorry, that we have actually, had a look there is a proposal in section 4 that should the committee feel further assurance is required, it is proposed the committee reviews the information. So the first thing is, should we feel it's required further assurance? So that item is in there with potential three options there. But again, I'll just say that as the chair has stated, this is an ongoing situation with the administrator. Until we've closed, that's come to its end, I think we won't want to prejudice anything. We just keep an eye and make sure that, we're not making it any worse. We keep the plaster on this one for the moment. We don't pick this scab because it's not scabbed over yet.
Can I actually, I've just seen actually the recommendation from the officers, which I'm willing to incorporate within my proposal, is it's recommended that A&G committee consider the assurances provided in this report and accept the commercial sensitivities of the negotiations underway and the need to reach a resolution, noting that a report would be taken to Cabinet, and add at the end, and A&G request for a report back at our next meeting. Monitoring officer.
Check in respect of timeframes. I just want to clarify: the council has no influence on the timeframes whatsoever. We are wholly at the gift of the administrators at the moment. They dictate the timeframes. They dictate how they respond to us. Our legal representatives are instructed to act robustly and kind of pester almost the administrators to ensure that there is no delay and no lag. But we are wholly at the administrators' diktat for timeframes, for any certainty of conclusion of this matter. Try as we might, it is the administrators who decide whether this is determined in 2 months, in 6 months, in 12 months. We are completely at their mercy.
I fully understand that, having been employed as expert witness on property disputes, it's sometimes years, that you get called to present your expert report. But from what you've heard from this committee, even if it's no news on the 29th of May, I would really like to have a brief update for our next meeting. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'd certainly support us having such an update. I am partially reassured to hear from the monitoring officer that we've engaged external specialist legal advice, which is something I actually discussed with Councillor Cox and strongly recommended that we did some while ago, because these are very specialist areas. But I'm more reassured to hear those words that they have been instructed to act robustly and that they will keep talking to the administrators at every opportunity. But I do accept that when dealing with administrators, we are in their hands. Completely accept that. And other than continually really reminding them of the urgency, there's not a lot more we can do. But I do think it could be drawn to their attention that the Audit and Governance Committee is very strongly supportive of that approach and will be reminding officers at every opportunity that we expect that to be undertaken in a robust fashion. And I don't think in practical terms there's a lot more we can do about it as a committee other than to keep making sure it's back on the next agenda every single time.
Can we take a vote on the recommendation as set out? Councillor Bartlett, sorry, you've indicated you can find a microphone, yeah?
And Chair, while Councillor Bartlett's coming to the table, can I just check, Councillor Tarling, you're happy with the revised wording, the recommendation that the Chair read out?
Yes, happy with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick point. ONS brought this to A&G not because of what might be happening in the future, but how we got to this situation in the first place. And that is the question that's been asked. Whatever happens with the administrator will not change the events of the past. And that's what we should be focusing on. How did we get to this situation? What was the cause of it? And how we get the money back, that's a different question. I just wanted to point that out to you, and that's why it came to this committee.
I think we're very mindful of that, Councillor Bartlett. Thank you very much. Councillor Connolly, then perhaps we can have a vote.
Yeah, just to say I completely agree, and that is why I am glad that we have an item on the work plan for the coming year specifically to look at this and how we got there, and the wider point about how we approach regeneration projects. So that is going to be a very thorough and robust meeting. And when it comes to talking about doing investigations, that's our job, is to do the investigation at that meeting and ask the challenging questions and ask the really difficult questions then and there. We can't just ask other people to do investigate. We have to be the one asking the tough questions. So that is the meeting, to my mind, in which I want to go through exactly as you say, Councillor Bartlett, how did we get here? How can we make sure we don't do this again? And in the meantime, I appreciate being kept close to the situation, because I think it does matter. If there is still a huge amount of uncertainties of the current status, that is going to limit what we can talk about to some extent in the report. So I think it'll be very useful to keep close to it until we know a little bit more, and then we can go ahead with this the fuller review meeting, the fuller investigation report later in the year.
Can we have a show of hands all in favour of the recommendation with the report back on the 29th of May?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Any against?
Abstain.
Oh, 1 abstention. Okay, thank you for that. That concludes item 7. Item 8, risk management, corporate risk register update. We have Fiona Manton joining us online. Apologies, Fiona, for keeping you holding on since 6 o'clock. Can I pass over to you to present your report? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good evening. This is the quarterly update to the Committee of the Council's Corporate Risk Register. As part of the continuing development of risk management and the reporting of risk management, to assist this quarter, I've included again the summarised version of the risk management process we follow. This is included as Appendix 1 on page 105 of your report pack. To further support members in the approach of the Council, at Appendix 2 on page 107, I've included the Council's risk matrix and definitions relating to the quantification of risk. The matrix included is a 4x4 matrix where risks are mapped by assessing both the likelihood and the impact. The basis of the assessment in terms of the impact is provided by the definitions on page 108, with the likelihood being outlined on page 109. The assessment, you will note, is based on 7 possible aspects of the risk and encourages several factors to be considered to ensure the full implications of risk are understood and evaluated and managed. This encourages an accurate scoring of the risk. In addition to these documents, to continue to assist members, I wanted to provide a little bit of background around the approach to risk management and the quarterly process we follow. Each of the corporate risks are owned or have the oversight of a corporate director. Each quarter, each risk is reviewed in terms of the following criteria. We look at whether the risk title best describes the risk. Are there any additional mitigations to note? What future key actions are planned in the future or the medium term? What update can be provided on the risk for the quarter? What changes are there to the risk scoring? Are there any changes to the overall risk strategy in terms of the treatment of the risk? My role is to collate the updates and report on the risk register. The format of the reporting of risks has been developed over time, with adjustments being made following feedback from officers or from this committee, and these adjustments will continue. Always happy to receive feedback and adjust the style of reporting if this would assist the members of this committee. There are some updates on this report, and we've included these on Appendix 4, where a little bit more information is included in the summary. The register you see here today is the Corporate Risk Register. This represents the top level for risk in the organisation and sits at the top of the risk pyramid. By this I mean that sat below this risk register are Key Assurance Directorate risk registers, project and in some instances team risk registers. On completion of the quarterly reporting cycle, the corporate risks are routinely shared with the risk champions in each directorate so that we can use this to inform the reviews of their own directorate risk registers. This ensures the completeness of the process and the transparency between the movement of risk up and down. Directorate risk registers are on occasion reviewed as part of the quarterly review process, and CMB consider if any risks on the directorate level need to be escalated via this process. In addition, and on an ad hoc basis, directors may escalate individual risks and they are then considered by CMB. This is an ongoing dynamic process and will continue to evolve to ensure it remains fit for purpose for the organisation. In response to previous feedback, at Appendix 3 of this report, page 111, a dashboard report is included, which provides a snapshot of the risks and shows the risk movement in the last 12 months in terms of the net risk score. In relation to the quarter updates for this reporting cycle, at paragraph 10 of the report, the material updates are outlined. In relation to other developments on risk, the Corporate Risk Register is shown on Appendix 4, starting on page 113. This is obviously a snapshot in time as the register is subject to change, with new risks being considered and allocated across the various levels of the organisation. In terms of the continuing development of risk management, the new risk management policy continues to be worked upon, drawing on best practice. The policy was reviewed by CMB as a draft in January, with particular attention being drawn to the position of the Council's risk appetite. These discussions are ongoing, and it's intended that the policy will be finalised during the next quarter and brought back to the July meeting of this committee. A draft of the policy is included at Appendix 5, which is page 177 of the report's pack. The risk team continues to monitor and circulate risk information as set out in paragraph 22 on page 102 of the report. And in addition, we're continuing to roll out the risk management app, where we contain and monitor risk registers at director level. The first series of dashboard reports has been produced and will be trialled with CMB at the next director level review. Other reports and upgrades to the system are planned for phase 2 of the software, which should be rolled out in the next few months. Thank you for the opportunity to present my report, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your very comprehensive and detailed report, as ever. Very, very good. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, this isn't necessary for Ms Manton to answer, but I just picking out some of the risks that are new, and there's one CR27. We may fail to adequately address concerns around environmental impacts. Well, there's a risk title. That's you click on the link and it takes you through to what it's actually about is about cliff falls in Bournemouth Beach. Yet the title doesn't mention that. The concerns around environmental impacts, I don't think it's an environmental impact. I think it's about people getting squashed by falling cliffs is the impact. So, I think it's somewhat misdescribed. And can we just encourage Ms Manton, when you're speaking to the people that identify these risks, to come up with a risk title that actually means what it says, rather than, I'm worried about environmental impact. I thought we were worried about, something else, but there's a bigger impact to a cliff falling than wondering if there's a few bushes went missing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've got a query on paragraph 10, page 101. This is about children's social care, whereby you will say that you can't improve the scoring until the SEND Ofsted report is taken place. Do you know roughly when that might take place for SEND Ofsted report?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure of the date myself. I can take that away and see if I can find out and respond to you.
Mr. Farrant is indicating, so he might help.
Thanks, Chair. We're sort of expecting it imminently, but not next. So they're finishing off some inspections now. We think probably late spring, early summer, May, June, that sort of time. It's likely definitely to be this year, and we think probably the back end of the first half. That's about as accurate as you can be with Ofsted, and then they suddenly give you a call and it's all...
Well, we'll turn up tomorrow, yeah, I know. Thank you for that. Any other questions or queries? If not, can we have a proposal to accept the report as set out? I've got Councillor Phipps indicating, Councillor Waite seconding. So thank you. We don't need to take a vote on that. Thank you for your report. We'll move on to the next item. Item 9, internal audit, fourth quarter, 2024-2025 audit plan update. Mr. Stannard, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and speak less than I might normally. I guess you all my Appreciate that. So progress on delivering the 24-25 audit plan remains on track, and I continue to envisage being able to complete my annual audit opinion for you to review in July. The internal audit team has remained at full establishment during the quarter to date, although I do have to report that an audit manager has tendered their resignation and will leave us in May. Ongoing recruitment to that to replace that post is currently taking place. Please note that this report, due to timing, covers only January and February essentially. The March position will be summarised in my annual report. Please also note, and as a reminder to committee, I think I've said this a couple of times now, that all our audit assignments are posted on the committee's Microsoft Teams site for you to review in detail. Free to look at those at your leisure. Questions you may have on some of the detail, however, is best asked outside of the committee environment, as the reports often contain exempt and confidential information. Please note the written update and clarification given to the queries arising from last quarter's report. They're at paragraphs 10 and 11. Sam raised a question around the asbestos issues, and I gave an answer in committee, and I felt I needed to update that to Sam personally after the committee, and I've updated in the report for completeness. As mentioned in the previous reports, the single person discount pilot project undertaken by internal audit has completed. Essentially, we've proved the concept and the value for money to do that on an ongoing basis. The final internal audit pilot delivered an additional council tax yield of 673,000 over the 14-month pilot period. So the business as usual approach is now delivered in the Revs and Bens council tax team, and paragraphs 12 to 19 explain that in a bit more detail. We did agree at committee that we'd continue to bring you the yield figures for the business as usual approach, just so you can be assured that the figures we got in the pilot are ongoing. And you'll see that the report identifies that in the first few weeks, 6 weeks of operation to the 28th of February, there's a £71,000 additional council tax yield, and we'll continue to report that to you until you're assured that that process is working effectively. And then finally, in terms of escalating the non-implementation or the late implementation of high and medium audit recommendations, so that you might seek further explanations from managers, I'm able to report that there are no such instances to highlight this quarter, so that's good news. So I'll leave it there, Chair, and ask if committee has any questions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Claire White.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a good look at this report actually. On page 199, the service area law and governance, their business continuity. So there were no recommendations, high, medium or low, but you've only given them a reasonable opinion, and you've upped their audit days next year, I think from 10 to 15. So my question is, what does someone have to do to get a substantial opinion from you, and why have they not?
Yeah, the scope is dependent on the scope, and I'm very keen that we don't make recommendations for the sake of recommendations. So that's why there are no recommendations. And essentially, and in crude terms, we're not generally geared up to give substantial assurance, because once we've got, and I'm happy that there's reasonable assurance, we turn the audit off basically, because you know, we could go on forever to try and get a substantial, and we'd have to do lots more testing, and it's just not worth it in the overall you know, scarce resource quantum that we have.
Okay, I've got Lindy online. Lindy, your turn.
All right, my question is on page 197, and it states on the executive summary, the second bullet, that 30 audit assignments are in progress. And then the report goes on further to analyze the audits in progress. I do acknowledge that it's at the end of February and that there are still work being done in March. However, 9 of these 30 audits are at scoping stage at the end of February. So the audit hasn't even started. So what is the completion rate at, because we're now at the end of the year, what's the completion rate as we stand now in terms of the internal audit plan set out for this financial year? And then there was my second question is there was another paragraph, the recommendation to ask for extending the reporting period to end of March for end of May for the March year. If we can also discuss that proposed recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Clearly, our audit work, as you approach year end, obviously can straddle the financial year end. So what we try to do is that if field work has commenced in the in the year we're in, it's treated as an in-year audit, and the reporting in our charter we try to ensure that where there is straddled field work, that the report is finalised by the end of May. If the fieldwork starts in April, it's essentially a new year audit, and it would feature in the new year audit plan, Lindy. So that's the explanation for that criteria. And the second element of your question, could you just remind me again, please?
Okay, I actually don't know which question you answered now. So my question was that as at the end of February, there were 30 audits outstanding, which is a significant amount looking at the total amount of audits planned for the year. 14 are at fieldwork stage and 9 is only at the scoping stage. So I wanted to know, what is your KPI on the percentage of audits completed by the end of 31st of March, the end of the financial year? And it doesn't look like you would have completed a significant chunk if 30 audits are still outstanding at the end of February. That's my question. The second question is that there's a recommendation that the audit plan should be now finalized by the end of May, and it moves from the end of March to the end of May. The thinking behind that, and I see there was a write-up that because there are some transactions that's being audited in March, but I've got a different opinion on that, but I would like to give you the opportunity to just explain to me what's the rationale behind that.
Yeah, in terms of the number of audits outstanding, yeah, 30 is a high number. I can't hide behind that. It is sort of typical at the end of the financial year. We tend to complete a lot of the short audits, the 2 to 5 day audits in the last quarter, because they have the prioritisation and getting the larger audits out of the way. So that's one of the explanations. And again, I try to refer to the issue of year end, and the KPI around the completion of audits is a concept that it's tricky because we've got a dynamic audit plan where we don't have a set number of audits at the start of the year to deliver 80 audits, and we have a KPI to deliver 90% of those. It's misleading to come up with a KPI around completion of audits, in my view. What I hope I do at Audit and Governance Committee is keep Audit and Governance Committee up to date on a quarterly basis with the audits we're doing, the audits we've chosen to delay, and the audits we plan for the next quarter.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Clare Waite, did you indicate again?
Did have a second question? Yes, on page 201, there are some audits that have been sort of removed, but there are dates to go back to them. I'm wondering, number 3, partnerships and strategy, CAF overview removed. This was delayed at the request of the director due to changes in staffing arrangements. Well, how do they get away with not having another date put in for you to go back to it, because it just says remove with nothing further? And obviously we don't want this to set a precedent if people think they can get away with going no thanks.
My colleague Ruth Hodges, who's here for a later agenda item, this is her specific area within the current year's audit plan. So Ruth, can I ask you to comment on that?
Yeah, this one was taken out because this service directorate is no longer in existence now. So the service director is now, it was moved to a different area, and the rest of the team has been subsumed into the investment and development team, which incidentally is having a key assurance function review at the moment. So those issues will be picked up in there.
That makes a lot of sense, but why not just put that in the report?
At the time the report was written, I don't think it was universally known that that was happening and that the staff changes had been made. So it was slightly cryptic, unfortunately, just because of staff sensitivities at the time. But that has now completed.
Okay, thank you for that. We've got a recommendation that Angie note the progress made and issues arising of the delivery of the 24-25 internal audit plan. Can we accept that? I don't think we need a show of hands. That's accepted. Thank you for that. Item 10 on the agenda, it's Mr. Stannard again. Global Internal Audit Standards and Internal Audit Charter. Mr. Stannard, you're leading on this one?
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned, these next two agenda items, my colleague Ruth Hodges is going to lead, and I'll chip in if there's any questions that people have. Over to you, Ruth.
Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This report provides an overview of the global internal audit standards, which are new, the action plan that we have in place to ensure full compliance, and introduces the resultant new internal audit charter. The global internal audit standards replace the current public sector internal audit standards and come into effect on the 1st of April. The GIAS, as we call it, supplemented by 2 other publications, the application note for the UK public sector and the CIPFA Code of Practices in Internal Audit in Local Government, which kind of make it relevant for the public sector and for us. In many ways, the content of the GIAS doesn't fundamentally differ from previous requirements with which we were fully compliant. However, the format and the structure have completely changed. It's now divided into the 5 key domains, which are shown in the diagram in the pack. And can I just point out to members that a word has just dropped off one of the boxes in domain 2, ethics and professionalism. The last line should read professional courage and professional scepticism as new requirements in there. Apologies for that. Having said there are no fundamental changes, there are some notable changes to content, such as senior management oversight, the requirement for an internal audit strategy, the introduction of new topical requirements, which are standardised approach to risk controls and governance in certain key areas,
The first one that they've released this guidance for is cyber security, and there'll be one on third party involvement later in the year. This is to make sure that all internal audit departments across the world are looking at key issues as we come to them, and root cause analysis. In preparation for the new standards, the internal audit team have undertaken a range of actions to address the new requirements and a self-assessment, two self-assessments, and the latest one we considered that we generally conformed with the requirements. That said, there are some actions still required to achieve full compliance, which are outlined in Appendix 1. These include formalising senior management involvement in the internal audit. That's not to say it doesn't happen at the moment, but it's just putting that on a more formal footing and making sure we understand what we mean by senior management and what their role should be. The introduction of a competency framework for internal auditors, which ties in very well with our new performance framework for officers in the council, making sure we address root cause analysis and introduce the topical requirements. The biggest piece of work that we've undertaken so far is the complete rewrite of the audit charter due to the structural and format changes. So you'll notice, I think, on the front page of the audit charter, it says in red is changes for this year, but actually it's in black this year because it would all otherwise have been in red because it's a fundamental rewrite of it. So in your consideration of the internal audit charter, I'd particularly draw your attention to the inclusion of the new requirement for a mandate for internal audit, which for us in the UK public sector comes from the accounts and audit regulations. So that's our main mandate, but also is expanded to include roles and responsibilities and the authority, the types and scope of the services that we provide. It also formally includes the new requirement of the internal audit strategy, which before was embedded within the document, but now it's a standalone Appendix C. And that outlines where we hope to take the service to further develop and improve the service over the next 5 years. It includes the update to the key performance target, which I think was referenced earlier, whereas previously we had a performance indicator to say 90% of the original plan would be completed. However, now that we've moved to a much more dynamic plan where we're adjusting according to risks, as new risks emerge and change, we've now undertaken to complete all of those on the last revised agreed audit plan by the end of the time periods in the reports. I think that was May or July for crossover reports. The Charter also outlines, importantly, the arrangements to manage organisational independence for the internal audit team and any conflicts that arise within the internal audit team. Audit and Governance Committee do have a particular role in this, for example, ensuring that the Chief Internal Auditor can have direct access to the Chair and Vice Chair of Audit and Governance Committee, and that they will also review his declarations of interest as well. Okay, so thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Claire Waite.
Thank you. And before I come in with my first bit of constructive feedback, you haven't spoken to this committee before, so just wanted to welcome you and thank you for your presentation. It was really well put across. The area of concern that I have is on page 212 about the Chief Internal Auditor's own declarations of interest will be shared with the Chair and Vice Chair of this committee annually. Well, my feeling is, well, it should be shared straight away, not because I have any concerns about Nigel. I think he's brilliant. But it would be awful, wouldn't it, if I was to come up with this, at a later point, say if we recruited somebody else. I just think with the very first iteration of this policy, let's get that right straight away.
Yes, I actually agree. I think just to note that Nigel's declarations are in line with the Council's policy, already reviewed and signed off by Adam Richards, so just to provide that assurance. But Nigel, I don't know how you feel, but I see no reason why you can't declare that, share that with the Chair and Vice Chair sooner rather than later.
In practice, all officers of the council at my level, our we've got what's called a base declaration, and it's not an annual declaration, it's a base declaration, and it's our responsibility to keep that declaration in as near as accurate to real time as possible. So we don't wait to a time in the year to redo them. A declaration is made as and when an event changes or something needs declaring, essentially. And what I'll be doing in practice is that every time I change my declaration, it'll be presented to the vice and chair and vice.
So is there any reason not to have that formalised within this written policy?
No, we can tweak.
Okay. Any other queries? If not, we've got a recommendation set out. I won't read it all out, but it's on page 207. Oh, Lindy, sorry, I missed you. Lindy?
All right, the presenter indicated that there's a 90% audit completion rate that is the target. On page 251, 1A, the performance target, she mentioned 90%. However, it was on the previous report mentioned that there's no target. I want to oppose the change of the performance target that says to complete financial audit reports, the final revised annual audit plan by 30 May, where field work falls in March, or 31st of July, where field work falls after March for agreed cross-year audit engagements. I do strongly believe that an audit plan should be from April to March, and that the audit plan should be finalized and reported on at the end of March. And if there's any audits with days or field work in the month of March, then because you should be doing a 3-year rolling audit plan, actually, you should then include that audit in Q1 of the next year and not part of the previous year's audits. That's my opinion.
The reason we do it like that is because audits don't neatly fall into the year category. So, they will take a number of weeks to complete that. So in order to be able to in practical terms, to finish all audits in the year by the 31st of March, in terms of work planning, auditors, the length of time it would take to do isn't practical, which is why we've set the target of completing all work by the 30th of May for in-year reports, to allow the fact that things need to start, take place and complete within that time frame.
Thank you for that.
Chairperson, so my question is, how have the reporting been done all these years? It looks like this is a change in the reporting requirement from March to roll it forward to May, or has it been May always? I'm confused.
I think we've never had a position where all of our audits have been completed by the 31st of March, and that they have run on. And in terms of, that's why we put those dates in, to make sure that they don't run on too far into the year, to set ourselves the deadline of the 30th of May for in-year reports, to make sure they don't go on beyond that. So previously, where we had the 90% of audit plan completion, that wasn't by the 31st of March. That was within a time frame after that.
Thank you for that. Got no anybody else indicating. We've got a recommendation set out on page 207 of your agenda pack, that the A&G committee approves the internal audit charter, having considered the issues as listed in the recommendation sections of the report. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you.
That's everybody remaining. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Tarling.
Just a point of order. I notice some members have left the committee. I don't know, is there a procedure for leaving? I know in council the chair does like us to sort of make our apology. indication? Has that already happened?
Councillor Beasley did indicate he would be going early, but I think you do monitor people leaving. We are still quorum. Yeah. Item 11, internal audit plan 2025-26. Over to you again.
Thank you, Chair. This report provides an update and additional information regarding the BCP assurance framework and the 25-26 internal audit plan, which were brought to the January committee. Turning first to the assurance framework in Appendix A, in January, this committee requested that this be updated to show member oversight, which is now shown on the far right hand column of the assurance framework. Members will note that in many cases, the member oversight is provided by the Audit and Governance Committee in quarterly and annual updates, for example, risk management and information governance. In other areas, it's provided by other committees, such as overview and scrutiny for safeguarding purposes. Okay. Next, turning to the 25-26 internal audit plan, Appendix B provides further details to that provided in January in terms of the plans for directorates and the key assurance areas, etc. And Appendix C shows you an outline of the proposed audits for Q1, but as we've said before, there may be some change following changes in risk or something more urgent or pressing coming to the fore. And then additional detail on our counter-fraud audits and the counter-fraud risks assessment for the council is shown in Appendix D. So happy to take any questions on that.
Nobody indicating to ask a question? Oh, Lindy, sorry. Thank you. Lindy, over to you.
All right. So I have looked at the proposed 25-26 internal audit plan. In terms of the, I just want to get my notes here, the supplemental guidance or practice guidance on developing a risk-based internal audit plan issued by IPPF. The first thing I want to note is that there are no links to risks whatsoever on this internal audit plan where it's indicated which audits are going to be performed. It states that organizational strategy, key areas of focus, key risk and associated assurance strategies should be in the audit plan, a summary of the risks, an analysis or summary of inherent or residual risks of the auditable units, risk scores, ratings, and a heat map for entire audit universe. There is no link whatsoever to any risks in the audit report. The second point I want to raise is that the guidance are asking that it should be indicating whether it's an assurance or consulting in nature, the audit. No indication of whether it's assurance or consulting. The third point is that it requires tentative scopes and objectives of engagements. There is no scopes aligned to the audits proposed or objectives, and this exact point I raised last year on this audit plan, and it went through as such. The fourth point is the tentative timing and duration. Yes, there are days allocated to the audits, and it also requires that a timeline should show the quarter during which the engagement will be performed. There's no indication of which quarter these audits will be performed. The fifth point that should be considered when presenting the internal audit plan is that there should be a rationale for inclusions and exclusions of certain audits. The explanation is important, especially if risks, ratings, or frequency determinations are overwritten. Reasons may include a change of risk rating, length of time since the last audit, or change in management, and more. There's no rationale on why audits are included or why they're not included. The sixth point is that no mention is made of whether there's adequate skills in the audit department. The paragraph 15 on page 260 of this report do mention that there is adequate resources, but the guidance also required that there should be a summary of the results of the skills assessment, and whether there are any gaps in the skills of the audit department, and what the plan is of action to address the skill gaps. So no mention of skills. We can think about skills to be able to do an IT audit, or consulting, or investigation. So there's no mention of skills and whether the skills are adequate. The seventh point I want to make on this internal audit plan that it's lacking is the plan should include your internal audit days or hours or audit staff, as well as planned outsourced services. I don't know if there is any planned consulting work. I know there's budget constraints, but at least then this should be noted that there is no planned outsourced services and that everything is planned to be done internally. And then my last point, number 8, there is on this guidance, and I will forward it to the audit team. Well, I guess they do have this guidance. It's from the Institute of Internal Auditors. There's Appendix F that show an example to the internal audit departments on how they require an internal audit plan to be presented at the audit committee. And in this Appendix F, they've got a table with the auditable unit, the risk rating, the priority, which is not on the current audit plan in front of the audit committee. It also requires the year of recent reviews, meaning that when last was this specific unit audited, the last 3 years, 2 years, or last year, as well as your proposed staff hours and outsourced hours, and in which quarter. It further goes on to do, like I previously
Lindy,
mentioned.
Can I interrupt your flow? I apologise. I thank you intensely for reading and studying this particular paper and drawing up this list of several, if not more, questions and queries. I think particularly at this late hour, I think it's going to be very difficult for the officer to go through all of these, perhaps a couple of these. If you have got these actually typed up as questions, I would definitely ask you to pass it over initially to Mr. Stannard, and then they can be each one by one answered, and potentially even perhaps a Teams meeting set up so there can be some to and fro dialogue. But sorry, I've interrupted you, but I congratulate you on identifying quite a few bits and bobs which you need clarification. Thank you.
Chairperson, then I don't have a voting right, but I would again strongly advise this committee not to approve this audit plan because there are fundamental issues on the plan, and then rather let internal audit go back. I will send the guidance, email the guidance to internal audit, and then bring this report back to the audit committee when these issues have been addressed for approval. Thank you.
Sorry, Claire.
If I may just say in response to Lindsay, I might have considered that if I'd had a chance to, look at it and given Nigel a right of reply. I don't feel like he has one in this scenario. So I will vote for it because I'm not justifying it in voting against. But I think that perhaps next time we need to get some correspondence between the group, perhaps more around the time that the papers come out, and then we can also have a think about how we want to proceed.
Can I just ask Mr. Stannard, is it essential that this one has to be accepted tonight? Because, you've got one of the independent members raising or suggesting that it's not accepted tonight. Can you give us some guidance?
I think we can bring it back to the May, May 2029, I think it is, 29th of May meeting. clearly, we'll be finishing off most of our old year audit work. There won't be a lot of new year kick-off. There may be some operational things we have to kick off around the edges, but I think we can address Lindy's points in a paper on the 29th of May.
Yeah.
Just clarify, is that the whole recommendation?
Nigel, the whole of the recommendation in item 11, you're suggesting is deferred. It's page 257.
I think maybe the first bullet point we can agree tonight, because that's as you know, it's essentially the framework map, which you guys asked us to update with the member oversight on the right hand side, the second two bullet points are intrinsically linked, so I think you know, they would need to be deferred, and we can bring back to address Lindy's point.
Chairman's going to recommend what you suggested, perhaps.
I was just going to say, would you be open to having a meeting, a Teams call, if that would be useful to the independent members? Yeah, sorry, I'm just being quiet. Sorry, I was just going to suggest, would you be open to having a meeting where some of these questions can be gone through ahead of the May meeting, and that might make get the Excel member comfortable with some of these points ahead of the next meeting, and at that discussion we can talk about making changes to the way the reports look in future. Is that something you'd be open to?
Are you suggesting, Vice Chair, that it's the whole committee, or just us with Lindy, or some hybrid?
I was going to suggest a Teams call, an informal discussion for Lindy. I would like to join, and then open it to any other members who would like to join as well.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'm open to that.
I'm happy to take part, but okay. We've got the suggestion, and I'm going to propose it. It's recommended Audit Committee approves first bullet point, and I'll read that one, agree the updated BCP assurance framework. But for the other two items, that is deferred to the 29th of May meeting. And prior to that, there will be, particularly with Lindy, some discussions to enable that to be brought back with clarification.
Okay.
So, second that, somebody? Councillor, thank you. So can we approve that, please? Agreed.
Is that everybody?
Yes. Everybody unanimous?
Thank
yes.
You.
Thank you. Item 12. This is our forward plan. Mr. Stannard, do you want to just quickly explain anything on that, or
the two deeper dive investigations have been obviously populated in the forward plan with a very wide, deliberately so, period. Obviously, we can finesse that when those dates might become clearer, particularly on the Carter's Key, as you alluded to earlier, Councillor Andrews. And then I guess, Councillor Andrews, you wanted me to remind the committee that if there are any deeper dive sessions on any other topics that the committee might want to go into to populate the non-core meetings.
Because you know, two members have gone and one is not here, Councillor Slade, one of the normal members. It might be helpful if you could send out an email to all committee members inviting them to come up with some topics which they would like a deeper dive or investigation to be presented for our non-core meetings. Councillor Tarling.
Can I suggest that the officer uses the correct grouping for the email as well, not use our out of date email groups?
Mr. Farrell, I think we've got some news on that out-of-date email grouping.
Thank you. Just to confirm that whilst we have been meeting, the grouping has been updated and all the members of Audit and Committee are now under Audit and Governance Committee as a shortcut. That clearly was an error, for which we apologise. But it is now resolved.
You could send them an email using a new group to say it's been updated. I hope. Councillor Phipps.
Yeah, can I just clarify what's happening about these. I know you just sort of alluded to these items at the bottom. Carter's Key, because that's coming back to the next one anyway, isn't it? With a review or an update.
It's coming back. You know, you'll be updated as to what's happened.
Yeah. But Future Places, which has now been kicked down the road for 6 months, is that going to go on here?
Yes.
Right. That's what I just wanted to check. Otherwise, it's going to sit on the bottom there, not going anywhere.
When? Which meeting?
Yeah, and which
is that
meeting will
going
that
to
be?
come back to?
Mr. Stannard, I don't think you can at this late
I think
time
it's part of this,
speculate.
the reviewing the resolution we made, and then the discussions we might need to have.
Well, it was mentioned 6 months, wasn't it? So surely it's got a,
Okay, well, the forward
on
plan
here.
will be, and it's a regular item on every agenda. On the 29th of May, the forward plan will be there again, and we can receive clarification from Mr. Stannard as to where he is on Future Places inquiry.
That's sort of August. It's got to be 4th September,
Yeah,
really.
it's got to be the September
You come
meeting.
back to the next meeting.
I don't like it's just things just get kicked. Oh no, well we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. We've just done it now, haven't we, tonight? So I think we need to know what's happening. That's how I see it. Things just disappear, not disappear, but they just don't. It takes so long. It needs to be on there. It's a forward plan, and we just agreed something, so it should come on to here. That's my view.
It's on the forward plan. There will be an update at the next meeting when we look at the forward plan on the 29th of May. Because it's 10 to 10 at night.
Chair, my understanding was that you voted to have a report back in 6 months' time, so the initial date will be whichever committee is closest to that 6 months' time. And I'm sure Mr. Stannard will keep you updated when you consider the forward plan at each meeting between those dates.
Okay, with that, the business of this meeting has been concluded, so I would formally end the meeting at, well, about 9 minutes to 10. Thank you for anybody who's still been watching us online. Thank you. Good evening.